Good morning, and we'll call in this meeting to order the Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission. It is a two-session meeting. We're going to meet till 11:30 this morning, and give everybody time to eat lunch, and then we'll come back at 1. We always begin our meeting with the invocation and the pledge, so if you would, please stand for both, and I'll ask Commissioner Tommy Woods to lead us in the prayer and then the pledge.
Meet and discuss the business of the great outdoors that you provided for us, Lord. We pray for harmony here today. We pray for wisdom and good judgment. For all these things we pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Thank you again for being here. We do have some guests in the audience today representing some organizations, and some of them I might mess up the name. I can't read some of them very good, but I've got Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Dives from the Tennessee Fur Harvest Association, Mike Butler from Tennessee TWF, Bill Cox, former commissioner, got Chris Nishins, board member TWF, Mike Hayes, former commissioner. From the Tennessee Farm Bureau, we got Lady McCord back. Scott March from Delta Waterfowl. These next ones I may mess up. I'm having a hard time reading. Lane Archie and Curtis Cad from the Weekend Warrior Hunting Club. So, sorry if I messed that name up. But I appreciate y'all being here today. As far as announcement goes, the only announcement I think of, each thing we discuss, if we are voting on something at the end, the public will have an opportunity to comment on it. So if you want to do that, there will be a time to do that. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. That's the way it is on every meeting. Nothing has changed there. Director Wilson, do you have any comments or announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things real quick. I think we handed out in front of you there a couple of things. One of them was the Bob White Quail Management Plan, and also the new strategic plan. It goes from 2021 to 2027. Kind of guides our agency on the things that we do. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, you remember the positions that y'all approved last year, some for chronic wasting disease and some for Asian carp. The 4 Asian carp positions have been filled. Just a little FYI there. And then at least half of the CWD positions have been filled, and we're working to fill the rest of them. So hopefully we'll hit the ground running and get some good things going. And then one other thing I want to recognize our new Region 2 Wildlife Program Manager. His name is Wes Winton. Wes, here he is, back there, raise his hand up. Wes has got, I think, about 20 years experience with the agency. He's been all over, been Region 1, and was most recently the manager over AEDC, as well as Bart Camp Barron's management area. So he's taken the place of Richard Kirk, who you probably remember Richard. He just retired back in January, so I just want to recognize him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Danette, would you call the roll before we get started?
Angie Box. Jim Ripley.
Here.
Dennis Gardner. Here. Jimmy Granberry.
Here.
Steve Jones.
Here.
Connie King.
Here.
Tony Sanders.
Here.
James Stroud. Kent Woods.
Here.
Tommy Woods.
Here.
Hank Wright.
Here.
Brian McLaren.
Here.
Kurt Holbert.
Here.
Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call on Major Brian Elkins. He's going to give us an update on the Reelfoot incident and reminding commissioners that Major Elkins will gladly take some questions but cannot discuss the specifics of the case at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So probably everybody in here knows what happened on January 25th. There was a double homicide at Reelfoot Lake on WMA. Just tragic event. It occurred on the north area of Reelfoot WMA in Obion County near Walnut Log, Tennessee. And so on that day, that January 25th, TWA wildlife officers and managers responded from a call for assistance from TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And TWA's role was solely that of assistance and to provide with manpower and needed resources. And those resources were boats and utility vehicles side by sides. So over the next 6 days, we had 32 agency law enforcement personnel assist with this search and investigation. And of those 32 personnel, the hours totaled 1,225 hours worked on this search investigation. So an intensive effort by our crew. I was very proud of them. We had 16 officers from District 11, 5 from District 12. We had 8 wildlife managers, commissioned wildlife managers, and also 3 of the command staff, including a regional lieutenant, myself, and Lieutenant Colonel Cape Taylor. Like I said, over 1,200 hours. We provided 8 aluminum boats and 2 utility vehicles. Most of our role during that time was just assisting, mostly shuttling TBI agents and other agencies with our boats because they literally had none of that equipment. Couldn't get to where we're going without a boat. We used 2 of our access areas, Walnut Log and Gray's Camp, to access the ditches in the main lake there at Reelfoot. One of our command posts was set up at the Walnut Log access area. It's also interesting that even Wildlife Officer Roy Logan even used his personal boat and his side scan sonar to scan the ditches when we were looking for the suspect. We had another officer, Andy Tweed, actually even got a local business donated lunches for everybody, and we were able to feed all the agencies involved with it by those by that local business donating those lunches. Those brought by Officer Tweed. And when it's raining and you're cold and you're hungry, just a sandwich and a bag of chips goes a long way, and that was much appreciated. So we even remained on the water on January 30th and 31st, just to maintain a presence, a law enforcement presence in that area. You know, our staff, they worked under challenging weather conditions. It was cold and it was rainy, especially that first day. You know, we were sitting out in the lake for hours at a time in a deluge of rain, and you're cold and hungry, but I was really proud of our people, and not once did any of them ever complain about what we were doing. High water was another challenge to us. There was water poured out into the lake from the ditches due to all the recent rainfall. We walked many miles through waist-deep water in our waders, and those who had hole in their waders found out real quick. They got cold real quick, but no one ever complained. Another thing, I was proud of our personnel. Everybody showed up prepared. All the equipment was working, dropped it in the water, and we took off. They're always asking, you know, what else we could do. Quick shout out to all the other agencies that responded. Again, it was TBI's investigation, but also participating, we had the U.S. Marshals, Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Obion County Sheriff's Department, Madison County Fire Department, and the Jackson Police Department. Even utilized one of their canines, I believe. But that's pretty much it. It was a tragic, and gosh, we hope it never happens again. But if I was thanked once by TBI, I was thanked 1,000 times for our efforts by their agents, saying they couldn't have done what they did without us. I was proud of that. But that's just a quick overview of what we did. Again, like Mr. Chairman said, I can't answer any specific questions about the facts of the case because it is still an open case. So our job was solely of that of assisting the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Anybody, any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Any questions for anybody? Mr. Granberry?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think this is just the epitome of what this agency does all over the state that people don't really realize in situations like this. I think back to when I first got on the commission, the episode where the prisoner had murdered the lady while he was cutting her grass, and we assisted with that with the knowledge of the trails, the knowledge of the woods, the equipment, the four-wheelers, and I just think that thank you so much, and thank you to all the agency for everything we do in situations that people really don't realize is part of what we do and the resource that we provide. So thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Granberry. I'm going to call on Colonel Ryder, add a few comments.
Thank you, Chairman Holbert. I can speak from here, I hope. So thank you, Commissioner Granberry, for recognizing that effort. And these tragic incidents certainly call out our resources. So whether it's a manhunt, whether it's an ice storm, flooding conditions, and like Major Elkins said, in communication with TBI. So I'm in communication with their Assistant Director over at Investigation. So what we did after this event, we had an it wasn't a critical debriefing, but it was a debriefing to identify where we had some shortfalls, like, you know, some equipment needs, some communication needs and whatnot. But what that sparked was a relationship of building higher, better relationship with TBI. So now we're going to get with TBI's leadership, and our leadership is going to talk to them. So if this event occurs, and we don't know that it will, we don't want it to happen, but more than likely it will happen. So we're going to be in a better position to do that. But the point is, these officers that responded to this incident is unbelievable, just super. We're the guys and gals that know our stuff. And I think this event, now TBI recognizes our ability and our skill set. And so, like again, whether it's a flood or ice or anything like that, we got the skill set, we got the equipment to help respond to these incidents that they don't encounter on a regular basis. So we'll hope to develop that partnership a little bit further. But again, to commend everybody that responded to this, and to let the commissioners know that we're real good at what we do, and we're proud of them. So thank you for that, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel Ryder. I'd like to echo what Commissioner Granberry said, and it is, anytime there's a disaster in this state, no matter what it is, whether it's a tornado, an ice storm, a flood, literally a forest fire in Gatlinburg, Commissioner Ripley, the resources TWRA have and the training that our officers have is second to none. We have some great law enforcement officers in every agency across this state, and I respect each one of them. But ours are trained much differently. They have much different equipment to work with, and we're an essential agency that really provides something in emergencies that nobody else can. I've seen our officers, you know, ice storm, I remember years back where officers were carrying gas to stranded motorists because we were the only ones with four-wheel drive trucks or utility vehicles or ATVs. But it's in every emergency that this state has, and not only ours, we get called to other. I remember Hurricane Katrina. Many of our officers went down there in a hard situation with a bunch of looters, and we were trying to rescue survivors and to find victims. But it's been an honor being a commissioner and seeing how this law enforcement agency, or the law enforcement part of this agency works. And Major Elkins, I get to see you more than anybody probably because I live in your district. But it's been an honor, and I really want you to know how much I appreciate you and every officer we have all across the state.
I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to call on our Wildlife Species Program Manager, Chuck Yoest. He's going to give us a CWD update. He'll be on Zoom this morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here live, and I'm not a cat. Hopefully you can see me. If somebody can give me a confirmation of that, it'd be great.
We got you, Chuck.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to give a quick CWD update today because of not much has changed since the last time or your last meeting, but we did feel the need to provide kind of the end of the story from deer season, because it's well over now, and just to kind of round things off, we thought we would give you one more update. I have very little to update you on, like I said before, because there's just not much that's changed, but certainly glad to do that. But before I do that, though, because this is the last meeting for 5 of our great commissioners, I just wanted to say a few words about that before I begin. And first, I'd like to just share a good memory of working with you all, and then just say a few very quick words to those commissioners that are retiring. So with that, my journey with the current commission started about 6 years ago, and it was Commissioner Holbert's first meeting, and I'll never forget it. And that's for sure. So to give you an idea of how much has developed since then, I counted it up, and my position title has changed 4 times since then. So we've been through quite a bit together. But I'll never forget that first meeting with the chairman, and it sort of went like this. I presented a very bad presentation that day about the buck bag limit, and during my presentation, I accidentally left my personal notes to myself, notes of words of encouragement. I left those in plain view of the new budding commissioner, or the future chairman. And on those notes, it said things like, "Don't lock your knees, don't dare look at the directors, make sure you check your fly and stand up straight." And finally, it said, "Don't Ralph," and I just can't believe that I had those notes in plain view for the commissioner that day. So, but moving on, later on in that presentation, Commissioner Ripley hit me with a series of questions unlike I had ever experienced in my life. And I looked over at Director Carter, and he just had his head laying down on the table. So I knew I was in trouble. So anyway, after that meeting, I just as soon as I was done with that presentation, I just ran straight out the door and was hyperventilating in the parking lot. And one of my colleagues led me through enough breathing exercises so that I could safely get behind the wheel and drive home. But anyway, that was a great start to the chairman and my journey, and many of you commissioners were there that day. So. That's a good memory I'd like to share. The only other thing is I'd like to say to Commissioner Stroud that we're really going to miss your wisdom and humility, and your ability to move the room or to influence people is really admirable. And you're going to be a tough act to follow, and you always have been. And I always felt bad for those who spoke in a commission after you, because nobody heard what they had to say because they were still influenced by whatever Commissioner Stroud said. So moving on to Commissioner Sanders, you having an outdoor personality brought so much to TWRA, and thank you for your service to our hunter education program as well. Moving on to Commissioner King, we'll miss your smile and your laugh, and we'll also miss your courage to ask the question that everybody else in the audience was wondering the same thing, but didn't have the courage to ask it. And lastly, make sure and take care of Dirt, because that guy's a national treasure. Commissioner Gardner, I especially appreciate your service as the wildlife chair when you did that. your ownership of those duties was very reassuring during the time when we discovered CWD. It gave us so much confidence, and I'll always appreciate your willingness to walk across the room to greet me and smile and shake my hand and say hello. So thank you for that. And lastly, Commissioner or Chairman Holbert, we've been through a lot together. And when I look back at that, I just think, well, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. And I don't think there's any commissioner besides maybe Commissioner Cox, who I know is there today, that has taught me more about being prepared for a commission meeting. And I appreciate your training that you've given me the last 6 years. So with that, I'll move forward into the actual presentation. And what I'd like to share with you is just a quick update. And, you know, this distribution map that I'm showing here is essentially the same from last time. I will emphasize that a couple of important detections of CWD is the far northwest Lauderdale positive that is significant and obviously on the fringe of our distribution, and then this southeast detection in Madison County that made Henderson high risk. So those are some of the bigger or most significant findings. Now, I want to emphasize throughout this presentation that these are most significant. These detections, we call them sparks, but they're on the fringes or the outer edges of the distribution, and that's where we can have the biggest impact on preventing the spread of CWD. Lots of times we kind of lose focus, and we focus mostly on the concentrated area of CWD. Sometimes we refer to that as the core zone, and that's very significant, and we always need to keep a lot of emphasis needs to stay there. However, the way to prevent the spread the most is to focus on these outer fringes. So moving on, so that's the distribution as of now, and this is the current map for positive and high risk counties. I can't remember for sure where this was last time we met, but I think that it was already this way. However, the latest changes have been Henderson becoming high risk, and then Lauderdale going from high risk to positive. For the end of the year, you'll see the positives to date for the high risk and positive counties, and then so these are the high risk and positive counties, and this is the 3-year summary of the number of positives that we have. And you know, we have the super majority of positives being in Hardeman and Fayette counties, as you'll recall. But again, the way to prevent the most spread is to focus on those counties where there's a low number of positives, because those are sparks and they're not in that core area. And if we can focus the most there, we'll have the most success. These numbers haven't changed much since last season, or since the last time I reported to you either. Now I'll just share a little bit with you about targeted removal. And these are the efforts where we're partnering with Wildlife Services, and they're taking additional deer in those spark areas in Chester, Crockett, Madison, and Haywood counties. The intent is to have this surgical treatment of harvest in these critical areas, and we're reducing the deer density within 3 mile radius of these sparks. And I want to emphasize, this is not an eradication effort. We're not trying to entirely remove deer from there. We're just trying to remove more deer from there, and to have that additional testing happen, which gives us a better understanding of where the disease and where it isn't. So a non-detected result is just important to find out as a detected or a positive result. So we're going in, taking additional deer to keep that deer density low, and to do that additional testing to better understand where the disease is. And this additional take, it's going to reduce that local density, which is going to cause decreased spread and then decreased dispersal, which also helps decrease spread. So anyway, those efforts are going very well. Wildlife Services is doing a great job. Our staff are doing a great job of getting landowners to give us permission to do this work. I'm blown away by the success that we have had in recruiting landowners. I know all of us were thinking that well, we just realized that was going to be very challenging, and the agency has certainly risen to the occasion. So much so that Wildlife Services has got all the work they can handle as far as landowners and properties to focus on. And a little bit more details about those efforts. We've got access, permission, and I emphasize this is only with landowner permission, over 12,000 acres. And that's, we've got a lot of that's public land, but also a lot of it is private land. And then we've got verbal commitments for even more properties. And so I'm really excited about participation. There's been 40 deer removed thus far by Wildlife Services, which is also very good. You may be thinking that number is really low, but it's not. This is a very successful effort. Remember, this is a surgical treatment that's not going to be a lot of harvest like we're used to like we experienced with hunter harvest. So anyway, that's why the number's lower, and it's telling to me that out of those 42 deer, obviously we're testing those, and we haven't had any positive results from those 42 deer. So that's valuable information to know that we've gone to these spark areas where we know there's potential for the disease to be spreading, and we're going in, we're removing deer to bring that density down, and we're also finding out that there's not much disease there. And that gives us confidence about what we think we know about how this disease is dispersed across the landscape. And it's just a win-win situation, how the targeted removal efforts are going. Oh, just a few more things, and I'm wrapping up here. Future plans for targeted removal is to continue with the recruitment efforts, and then address the priority sparks or address the new sparks that we've identified this past deer season. So I'll leave you with a view of the spatial distribution again, and emphasize that one thing that we're doing is, we made plans for targeted removal that we're doing right now last year at this time, and that was based on what we knew at the end of the season before last. So now that we've had another deer season since then, and we're aware of this Lauderdale County positive and this Southeast Madison County positive, it's important for us through targeted removal to be responsive to that. So we're now dedicating some targeted removal efforts to these outliers that we just detected. So I just wanted to share that as an example of a way that we're being adaptable and trying to do the best that we can with limited resources to stay on top of this and to help meet our goals of decreasing spread, or at least preventing spread. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Chuck. Commissioner Ripley's got the first question.
Thank you, Chuck. We've hired some new people. There was an announcement for the CWD workforce. Tell us, if you would, how those people are expected to fit into this whole scheme of things.
Yeah, that's a great question. We've been running at a deficit on personnel for CWD. So what this will allow us to do is to keep doing what we're currently doing and not burning out staff. So that's one key, really important difference, and we're so grateful to get that additional support. Now, at some level, it will allow us to do even more than what we're currently doing with these extra staff. But the main thing is to provide the CWD staff some relief, the staff that we've had all along, and then to also be able to enhance these programs. And we have to be prepared and plan for more work because, you know, we could wake up any day and detect CWD in another area of the state. And that CWD staff's going to need to be mobile to be able to respond to that occurrence.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chuck.
Commissioner Box?
Thank you, Chuck, for your presentation. I appreciate it. It's, I just have a couple of questions, and this, you don't have to get me this today. I'm going to put you on the spot. But how many deer were tested in Fayette and Hardeman County this year compared to last? At the same time, if we can get something like that for me, that'd be great. If you might know it right now, I'm not for sure.
No, ma'am, I don't have those
Okay.
figures with me, but we'll be glad to get those to you.
Sure, that'd be great. I just was, I think the actual tested may be lower. I know it's down, but I think just want to look at the comparison. So if you can get that, it'd be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And do we have an update on the incinerator? Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Y'all, yeah, I can just share that so we're going through the procurement process, and it's currently open for bidding for manufacturers for the incinerator. This morning, the Central Procurement Office was meeting with those bidders that are considering bidding. So that just took place this morning, and we anticipate that the manufacturer for the incinerator that will be locked in May. So we'll know who that is and begin that project.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for the update.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation, Chuck, and I appreciate the kind words as well. I'm going to miss being here as much as anybody. I will say the testing that you get done on these spark areas, you're testing every animal that you take. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that include the depredation permits in those same areas, or is this just the targeted removal?
In the spark areas, we are testing deer taken through the CWD management permits.
Right, but if you have a depredation permit in a nearby area or in that county, are you also pursuing those?
Not currently, no, sir. And just to help others, we had two types of control permits. One is for depredation or for like crop damage, and the other is for CWD management. So, Commissioner, I take it your question is if we have depredation permits in those park areas, if a landowner was cooperative and willing to provide those, we would absolutely take advantage of that. I'm not sure that we have any of that right now, but yeah, that's what I can report on that.
Okay, and then lastly, do we have any outstanding tests? You may have said this earlier, and I apologize if you did, but are all our test results back from the hunting season? I realize you may have some from targeted removal that are still outstanding.
Yeah, of course, we have some from targeted removal. Well, I say that. I think we may have them all. We're getting those, there's not much competition for testing right now in the off season, so we're sending all those from targeted removal to Cord Lab with the Department of Agriculture, and they turn those around really quickly. In fact, we're holding the carcasses until we get the results because those are being processed and that meat is being utilized. So, yeah, so that's how that's working. And I just realized I forgot the first half of your question. So if you could repeat that, if it's still needed, I'll provide that information.
When you say the meat's being utilized, can you expound on that in the ways that it gets used? Just so everybody knows. I mean, I'm familiar with it, but I don't know that everybody is.
Oh, yeah, and I recall your question too. So yeah, nothing's pending currently from deer season. With sampling over 18,000 animals, there are a handful of results, around 50, where there's some inconsistencies, and we're cleaning those things up. But that's just a data management exercise. We've reported out the results that we have to stakeholders. So, but back to the way that we're utilizing the deer that are taken through targeted removal. So as I mentioned before, those deer are taken and then taken to a processor. And the processor is holding those until we get test results. And like I said, all of those have came back not detected. So those deer are then being processed, ground up in the deer burger. And if the landowner is interested in the deer meat from the deer taken on their properties, then that deer meat's made available to those landowners. Otherwise, that'll be a donation to local food banks.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chuck. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Sanders?
Chuck, thank you for the kind words. Was not expecting that, so thank you. Is anybody working with the agency at all on CWD besides our agency? I mean, are there any other state agencies helping with this potentially, crisis from a deer herd perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. And the danger with fielding a question like this is I may leave somebody out who's an important partner, but if I do, please forgive me. But yes, we have the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. We have the Tennessee Department of Agriculture. We have the Tennessee Wildlife Federation. We have the Tennessee Wildlife Foundation. I think I said them both, the Wildlife Federation and the Wildlife Foundation. And hopefully some of my colleagues can add others to what I'm forgetting. But yes, the Tennessee Wildlife Society, there's, your natural resources agencies are definitely great supporters of our efforts. And USDA Wildlife Services, who I've mentioned before, is also an important one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Are any of those agencies actually sampling animals? Or are we the only agency sampling wild animals?
Well, you could say USDA Wildlife Services is engaged in it because they're taking the animals through targeted removal. However, we're the ones responsible for doing the testing. There is some testing on the captive servant side through the Department of Agriculture. So, but other than that, yeah, we're it.
Okay. Chuck, is the incinerator, I know somebody asked a question about the procurement process. How long was that process, and is that date the September 1 date that we're still looking at in the procurement process? Or Chris Richardson?
So with what I'm able to share, Commissioner, as far as the latest on the timeline is that, again, through the procurement process, the award of the bid will be in May to the manufacturer, and then we expect 7 months. There's an expectation for that vendor to deliver and complete that project within 7 months of that May date.
Okay. questions? All right. Chuck, thank you, and thank you for those kind words. I didn't expect it about the other 4 commissioners, so I appreciate that. Hold on, Commissioner King's got something to say.
Okay, so Chuck, thank you for addressing us, and I have to say I always enjoyed your presentations. You entertain us, as well as give us lots of good information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Chuck.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm gonna call on Roger Shields, our Wild Turkey Program Coordinator. He's gonna update us on some new research efforts. Also on the regulation changes, I think, that are coming up.
Yes, sir. Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. I don't know that I'm the entertainer that Chuck is, but I'm going to try, all right? I'm honored, first of all, to be invited to speak to you today about a component of our wild turkey program. You know, we have a pretty comprehensive program with surveys and monitoring and other activities, and we've recently adding a new element to that of some research, and I just wanted to tell you about it today. As you know, the primary means by which the Commission can influence game populations is through the setting of harvest regulations. So understanding how harvest regulations impact hunting and ultimately the populations that we're trying to manage is, I think, critical to our management responsibility. Now we know quite a lot about these factors, but the research and these projects that we're beginning, I think, are going to add a great addition and shed some real good light on these topics. And I think it'll take our management that's already really good to the next level. So I'm excited about these projects and want to tell you about them. The first one that I want to talk about is a project looking at harvest rates of gobblers in Tennessee. The ultimate goal of this project is to be able to predict how specific regulation changes would impact harvest and the population ultimately. So working with researchers at Tennessee Tech, we're beginning a 4-year statewide gobbler banding project. The purpose is to obtain data where we can then estimate survival and harvest rates for these birds, both adult gobblers and the jakes, and begin to try to identify those factors that influence those harvest rates. Things like the biological factors, the landscape features, even the regulations and those regulatory factors that influence those rates, and then identify which ones have the most influence on harvest and survival. Our objective is basically to try and band about 300 gobblers each year, distributed equally across the state, so about 75 birds per region, both on private and on public land. We'd like to capture both adult gobblers and jakes because we want to be able to estimate or determine those rates for both of those age classes. Now, as hunters harvest one of these birds that we've banded, we encourage them to report that band number to us, because as we know how many of our banded birds are recovered, that allows us then to provide an estimate of harvest, of annual survival, and begin to look at those factors that may influence those harvest rates that may differ across the state. At this point, I'd also like to acknowledge the support on this project from a couple of our good partners, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Foundation and the National Wild Turkey Federation's Tennessee State Chapter. Both of these groups have been really excited about this project and big supporters of it, so I just wanted to acknowledge them on that. So that's the first project that we're kicking off, and again, that's the point of this one is to ultimately be able to predict how regulation changes will affect the gobbler population, so the male side of things. The second project that I want to tell you about is not really a new project, it's more of ongoing or an addition to ongoing work that's already happening. You're familiar with the ongoing wild turkey project that we're doing with the University of Tennessee to look at the decline of the population there in southern Middle Tennessee. And we're learning from that project that we've got a productivity issue. The data shows that at each step of the reproductive cycle, the numbers are lower than what we would expect from a healthy, productive population. Now, one concern that some researchers and managers have is what role hunting plays in this cycle, and particularly really high harvest and high hunting pressure early in the breeding cycle. So the ongoing research project provides a really unique and wonderful opportunity to really measure this relationship directly. This is work that the Commission's already been funding. We've got 4 years of intense data collection looking at every aspect of the breeding cycle, and now we can continue to monitor what happens after some rule changes that have taken place and really help to understand the role that hunting has in this. And this is a unique opportunity, something that really no other state has the opportunity to do. A lot of the southeastern states are also, seeing declines in some of the areas of their state, but they don't have the ability to look at it directly like we're going to be able to do. So we really have a great project here, and I'm excited that we can look at it. So what we're going to do beginning this year, we'll continue to be collecting data, and we're going to extend the project 1 more year. So we'll have 2 years of data that we're collecting after these regulation changes go into effect. And just for the audience, and so everybody remembers what the regulation changes are that we're referring to, the big one for the whole state is reduction in the bag limit. So previously, the statewide bag limit was 4 bearded turkeys per season, or for the season, and that number has been reduced to 3. But there's also a couple of regulation changes that affect just particular areas of the state. And the reason these changes are going into effect is to address pretty steep declines in harvest that were occurring in these areas and try to stabilize the populations in these 2 areas. So the first one I'll mention is in the areas in orange there, southern middle Tennessee counties of Wayne, Lawrence, Giles, and Lincoln counties. And in those 4 counties, we'll have a delay of 2 weeks to the start of the season. The season will still end at the same time as the rest of the state, so in a way it's kind of a reduction of the season length. The youth hunt will occur the weekend before. So the start in those counties this year, the season start will be April 17th with the youth season on April 10th and 11th. The second area then is the counties along the Mississippi River, what we're calling the Mississippi Alluvial Valley Unit. And those 5 counties include Lake, Dyer, Lauderdale, Tipton, and Shelby counties. And those 5 counties will also have a delayed start to their spring season with the youth season occurring the weekend before. In addition to the delayed start, these counties will have a reduction in their bag limit for that unit, it'll be a unit-wide 2-bird bag limit, and those 2 birds will count toward the statewide 3-bird bag limit. So those are the changes that we're referring to for this project that we're going to be collecting information on and be able to assess how those changes affect things. So just kind of pulling it all together, commissioners, these 2 projects are going to provide us some great understanding of the role that hunting plays in 2 components of wild turkey population dynamics, the male side and their survival, and then on the female side and their reproductive potential and success. And with that concludes my presentation, and I'll look to the chairman. If we have time for questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
We absolutely do. I know turkeys coming up soon on a lot of people's minds. Last year we had a record-breaking year due to COVID on lots of issues, lots of different things. But anyway, open the floor for questions. Commissioner Gardner.
Roger, thanks. I always look forward to your presentations to keep us up to date on what's going on. Also, I hate to mention this, but I got on this commission, I had a 4-year term, and this study with UT was already started, and I knew as soon as I got on that it was still going to be going, and I wouldn't see the end of it. But it is nice to get these updates. On the banding, What is a lifespan of a gobbler? Just, I mean, what if the gobbler just lives his life and don't get shot hunting, what's his lifespan?
They can live 5, 6, 7 years in an unhunted setting, you know. But yeah, when they're hunted, especially if Joe Benedict is out there, it's much less. Probably more like average of 3 years.
So you got a 3-year average. You're going to ban gobblers and jakes, and so you're not looking at. It's not really a long-term study in this case, because their lifespan just doesn't allow for that, right?
Well, we'll be doing it for 4 years, and the reason we wanted to ban for 4 years is the method that we'll use to estimate survival depends on us being able to recover birds in future years, preferably multiple years, that they can survive multiple years, and then we can pick them up in a later year. And that's maybe a little confusing, but it's a midterm study, I would say, okay?
Right. Well, you'll know, I guess, at what point do you decide, well, the ones that get reported obviously got harvested, and then at what point do you say, well, this one just expired of old age or whatever happened? I mean, how do you close the book on that? I guess I don't know.
Oh, how do we? Well, if it's never recovered and we don't retrap it or it's not harvested, we really don't know, but you have the birds that are recovered and you know how many years they survived until they were recovered, and so you can do some math to determine survival and annual harvest rates.
All right, and then last thing, do you have a particular area this banning is going to take place? Is it statewide? Is it refined? You may have said this earlier, I apologize if you did.
Yeah.
Where are you doing it?
It is occurring statewide, and within each region, we're picking somewhere between 8 and 10 sites. We're trying to not share a lot of details on the specifics because we don't want to draw attention to particular areas and end up drawing extra hunting pressure to those and biasing, you know, results. So we're trying to keep that somewhat, the details quiet.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions, Roger? Commissioner Granberry?
Thank you, Roger. It's all, you know, obviously turkey hunting is near and dear to me. Have we ever come up, I know we got so many different things we're working on now, we're going to start banding turkeys. Have we ever, or is there any sort of best practice to determine how many turkeys there are in a state or an area? So you can sort of extrapolate out, if you harvest 40,000 last year out of 1 million, it's 4%. If it's 100,000, it's 40%. So that's a number that we seem to have a handle on with deer, but we just don't have that handle on turkeys. Is there anything done in other states that we could get that total?
Well, that's an excellent question, Commissioner Granberry, because that's really the incentive behind a lot of this project, this banding project, is to be able to get an estimate that's aside from the harvest reporting or the estimated harvest that we get. And, you know, you've harvested X number of birds, but that doesn't tell you what percentage of the total birds that are out there did you actually harvest. And so this will be able to provide us that estimate that we're harvesting 20% of the birds or 30% of the birds or whatever that percentage is. So then we'll be able to have an estimate of the total number of gobblers. Then if we can, our hope is to be able to compare that number or combine that estimate with some of our summer survey data and get an estimate of how many hens are out there, and then we'll have a total population estimate.
Final point, it should be noted that in the Kodiak area, the life expectancy of a turkey is 1 year.
In the Kodiak?
I think he's trying to refer to Kodak, and it was really an impertinent question. It didn't gain us a bit of knowledge, and I'm going to ask the chair to censure him for that, really.
Anybody else?
Actually, I do have a question. Thank you, Roger. I know we had a huge increase in license sales, and we had a lot of people that hunted through their COVID spell last spring. Remind us, what were the numbers in terms of the gobblers killed last year as compared to the year prior? Do you remember?
Well, roughly, don't hold me to these numbers exactly, but last year the reported harvest was 40,105, and the year before it was somewhere around 31,000, so about 10,000 more.
And this is purely anecdotal, it's just my observation, but it seems like, at least in East Tennessee, that we're seeing a lot more turkeys this spring, as if perhaps they had a good hatch and poults survived. That, I understand, is a pretty significant variable year to year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the turkey populations are driven by their reproductive success, and you can have a couple years of really bad reproductive output or success, and then if the stars align, because they have such large clutches, they re-nest, you can really bump a population in 1 year of successful nesting.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner McLaren, hold on, did you have? Okay.
Roger, I understand that you've spent a lot of time studying turkeys and you're our expert wild turkey man. I was wondering if you could draft together so educational tutorial maybe for certain commissioners to understand the difference between a Jake and a longbeard in the future, maybe before season starts here shortly.
I'd be glad to, Commissioner. Maybe you can help me edit that to make sure I get all the right points.
Commissioner Ball.
If I may, isn't it true that a lot of mature gobblers suffer accidental shortening of their beards due to wildfire, close calls with predators and other accidents?
I don't know about that, Commissioner.
Well, we need to figure that out. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Ball?
Well, this isn't as funny, but I still have a quick question. On our pulse per hen, the 5-year average on the summer brood report last year, they're steadily decreasing. Do you know when we'll get that information? I guess after this next few months?
Yeah, I have the results, but this year I decided to try and do a comprehensive report that would pull in all of the season data and the summer survey data and the fall harvest and put it into one, and I'm not quite done with that. It should be done by the end of the month.
Great. Just interested to see it since it's been
Yes.
declining. Okay, thank you so much.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Rod. I'm going to move one item up from this afternoon's agenda. It's Jenifer on the 2020 year in review. I'm not in my agenda in front of me. I lost it. 2020 year in review. So that'll just give us a little more time this afternoon before the 4 o'clock cutoff.
All right. How's it coming, Rich? It's coming. Well, I just thought we'd take a minute to actually pause, look at the things that we did in 2020 that really drove people back to fishing and hunting and the outdoors, and look at the actual numbers, and look at some of our great success stories from last year before we get too far into 2021 and forget how successful we were. So with that said, so 2020, we did everything. My whole staff and the whole agency really worked well to encourage people to get outside, do it safely, and either rediscover or discover hunting and fishing. We, of course, did digital ads and social media and all sorts of things to get people to know where to go near them. We updated our PSAs and all of that. Jason does a wonderful podcast every week that is broadcast on 22, I think, different radio stations statewide. We do things like this on social media to try to encourage folks to get outside. We used our law enforcement officers to let people know what they could do and what was safe to do. We also use social influencers, so that's using somebody that has their own social media following and leveraging their audiences to help get your message out. And we use a lot of singers. Nashville's music city, so we're now using a lot of country music singers and such. That's Josh Phillips there. So let's talk about how many people went outdoors last year. We had 209,000 people who purchased a license for the first time ever. That's up 30% over last year, which was the first year that we had had an increase in over 10 years. So that is just huge. And we had 67,000 people that reactivated. So they used to hunt or fish, and they came back to us. And then we had 47,000 new vessel customers. So they went out and bought a boat or purchased a used boat or whatever, but they got a boat and got out on the water. So total, 889,000 people purchased something from us last year. 70,000 of those turned on auto renew, which makes now this year we are already ahead of where we were last year because of so many people having auto renewed their license already. So then we have the 165,000 people that hold a lifetime license. That's 1 million folks in Tennessee that hold a license to hunt or fish. So that's, if you take the population of Tennessee of 6 million folks, that's 1 in 6 people have a license to hunt or fish. I'll tell you what, I would bet that we are one of the highest percent per capita of people that hold a hunting and fishing license in the country. Just wonderful. So in total, last year we had a 15% total growth. The top 5 licenses that we sold last year by revenue, of course, that Type 01 is our number 1. The Sportsman is our number 2 revenue producer. Not numbers, but that's 65,000 people have that Sportsman's license. Number 3 and 4 are non-resident licenses. So even though it was a COVID year, people still traveled to Tennessee and fished our waters and hunted our lands. And then number 5 is the infant under 3 lifetime license. Maybe a surprise to you, but a lot of people use their stimulus check or whatever to invest in the children in the future of a 3-year-old getting that infant lifetime license. So let's talk a little bit about marketing. So I've told you lots of times about we do digital marketing. We target different ways. We do this, that, and the other. But overall, our digital marketing last year was wildly successful. We invested $438,000. We made $4 million. That's off of click-through driven ads. And if you look at any other private business or something like that, these numbers are way better. So these ads are also only shown to people that currently do not hold an account or have been lapsed for longer than 18 months. So we're not reaching people that were about to buy a license anyway. And we've refined how we're targeting people. So we're even doing it better and getting better at what we're doing. So we're doing new geofencing projects and targeting different areas. And that's my little girl at the bottom getting very excited on a boat ride on Old Hickory. But yeah, $9.12 for every dollar we invested. I don't know if you guys have had any investment pay off like that, but I would want to put some more money into that one, right? Let's talk a little bit about the great social media work that we've done last year. People flock to us on social media. Jason Harmon does a fantastic job, as well as all the regional coordinators, about feeding that social media engine and keeping it going. But last year, total engagement was through the roof. We doubled almost every platform that we had. And you can see 2.5 million interactions with Facebook. We're almost at 200,000 fans. This is video views. So in 2019, minutes of videos viewed was 1.5 million in the year. Last year, we had 3.9 million minutes of video viewed. So huge increases in social media engagement. Twitter's growing. Instagram has doubled. Instagram's about to take over Facebook as far as the reactions and our fan following and all of that. So look out, Facebook. And then let's talk about some other successes. So we started an online store last year. It was December of 19, but last year was the first year. And in its first year, we raised $180,000 for the foundation. Of that, a little over $100,000 was profit. We have to spend a little bit of money to buy the items. But, you know, that's really cool thing. First year out, we make over $100,000. And then email marketing, so separate from the digital ads, email marketing, so we send targeted emails to certain groups of people, like one's about to go out this week to people who have purchased a native Tennessean license in the past to remind them to renew their license. So those email marketing tactics drove $1.3 million on top of the digital marketing last year. Hard cards, you see some stickers that I put on your table in front of you. That's the design for the new hard cards this year, but last year's hard cards sold over 180,000. So a hunter and angler can upgrade their license to that durable hard card, and that upgrade fee is how we pay for a lot of this marketing to be done. So that's what that investment goes towards, and hunters and anglers love having these beautiful cards to collect. And our raffle last year, we raised $1.1 million, and we were only $90,000 shy of being the #1 raffle in the country. So Texas Dream Hunts, that has been very well established and has been around for many, many years, they made $1.2 million. So hugely successful raffle. And website traffic. So, you know, we know that a lot of people use our website every day, but we had an increase in 800,000 unique visitors last year. So if we look at our web traffic from 2018 to 2019 to 2020, so that orange box there, that's page views. So that's how many pages get viewed in a year. But that green box that was pretty much flat between 2018 and 19, we got over almost 1 million more people to go to our website to get information from us last year. So it just tells you, you know, digital is the way of the future. So last year, when we had these 209,000 first-timers, we decided to send them out just a survey to see if they were having a good time outside, if they were fishing, hunting, what they were doing, what we could do to help them more. And here's some of the answers we got. So who did you fish with? By and large, the things that people were doing outdoors, they were trying to go outside and spend time with friends and family. So most people went with somebody to go fish or hunt. How likely are you recommend fishing license to your friend or family? Very likely. So maybe we can use this to say, hey, this is a great reason to do the Refer a Friend program. Let's see, how was your license purchase experience? By and large, and Susie should be smiling from ear to ear, by and large, people thought their license purchase experience was great or good. Very few, average, and a very, very few thought it was a poor experience. How did you use your license? By and large, most people were going fishing. Some people were going hunting, some people did both. Would you buy a fishing license again next year? Most people plan to. So we just maybe need to remind them. So then we asked them, what would help you get outside more often? And people want to know where to go, ideas for family excursions. They want to know classes on how they can get basic information for how-tos better. They want seasoning open and closer reminders. They want biologist reports. Those are the types of information that people want to hear from us. So now we can take that survey and do some good work. So we can make 2021 the year of retention. And we want to, I've set a very lofty goal to retain 90% of our customers from last year. I think we can absolutely do it with the way that our license year is and the way that, you know, this pandemic has hit. I think that we have an absolute great opportunity to retain people out in the outdoors and make it part of their fabric and their being. We can focus on improvement of our web tools. We've already greatly improved the WMA section on our website, thanks in large to a lot of our biologists. And right now we're working with fisheries to really improve the fishing pages to make the fishing reports better and the prospects and make maps easier to use. We're doing more community fishing lakes this year. Last year we did 2, one in Nashville, one in Chattanooga. This year we're going to do a couple more. We're going to have one in Memphis, one in Clarksville, and, you know, do more programs at those lakes. we're doing virtual classes that are filling up like you would not believe, and our partners over at the Federation are also doing virtual classes, and we're able to get hundreds of people in a Zoom class and teach them turkey techniques or duck hunting techniques, and we're also then populating those on our virtual learning center that's on our website. So, making as much opportunity out of this as we can. We're doing some partnerships and incentives to try to get people to renew. Still got to work with Academy to do, some coupons and stuff like that to try to entice people to come back if they haven't come back at a certain point. We're still going to work with social influencers a lot this year. We're going to have even more coming. And we're going to do some more geofencing. We did boat ramps last year, boat ramps to target people that didn't have a fishing license, but they were going boating, and that was really successful. We're also going to do some community lakes and some other events, and try some new tactics. We've got some ideas about how we can do this to states that are our border states and target some folks to maybe come and visit Tennessee waters and come fishing here. So other things happening in the future. We are going to do TikTok ads. Everybody know what TikTok is? We're going to start TikTok ads this week. We're going to do some more partnerships and marketing automation. So we just turned on an abandoned cart email. So if you've ever gotten an email from a business or you went shopping somewhere and you put something in your cart and you're like, how do they know I put that in my cart? Why are they emailing me about that? Well, we're doing that now. So we just started that this week, and now we have an official onboarding series of communication. So depending on what license you purchase, we have a series of emails that you will get after you purchase that says how you can use that license and get outdoors and what resources are available for you. If you purchase a sportsman's license, you're going to get a different series of emails than if you just purchase that Type 01, that combo. We're also using personas to target messages to with these social influencers. So if you don't know anything about personas, it's basically setting up a character in your mind, and that's your target audience. And you set up different ones to reach different targets. And again, our goal for retention, I want to keep 90% of those folks from last year, and we're going to just keep on keeping on. And I don't know if the sound will work, but
whatever state you're in, you have to have a
This is
fishing
Luke
license
Bryan's
for
wife,
that state before
one
you
of our
can cast
social
the line.
influencers.
That was good. If I caught like seriously a 10 pounder, just don't hook me. There you go. We all know this past year has been extremely crazy. Like most families, we spent a lot of time outdoors with just each other, and that includes hunting and yes, fishing. So if you live in Tennessee and you would like to fish, go to gooutdoorstennessee.com and get your fishing license.
So again, that's Luke Bryan's wife, and she's got 6 million Instagram followers, and she did that for us and shared that as well as some stories, Instagram stories, and then we'll use this ad to run at a certain target audience. And this is our new hard card for the hunting side. It's the elk, and we've got a nice crappie for the fishing card for this year. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioner Ripley?
Thank you, Jennifer. As I was listening to you, but as we were talking here, I just bought my new sportsman's license for this year. On the website, or on the app, which I hope folks know how convenient this thing is. And I did get the hard card, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you, sir.
But really, this app is fantastic.
Did you get the elk or the crappie?
The elk, yeah. The crappie looked kind of silly to me, really, but thank you, Jennifer.
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner?
Yeah, I'll just say that if you hit auto renew when you do that, Ripley, you won't have to scramble around and do it next year. So I might try that out.
Sure gonna miss you, Gardner.
Commissioner Sanders?
I was just going to say, Rip, I think for about twice that you could get the lifetime license. You're old enough for. I do have a real question now that I've poked him. I'm getting a lot of information that texting is kind of the up-and-coming thing. Are we doing anything with that?
We are.
I know we're doing a lot here.
We are. We are starting to text, and we did a lot with the raffle last year, and we're planning to do some things with push notifications in the app and some really exciting things with the marketing automation we've got coming up this year.
Just a shout out. Just want to thank you for all your hard work. I think that as one with experience in this area, it's to get these kind of results, it's a day in, day out, never stop building block process to get to where we are. And we're very fortunate to have you. For one, I know how much work's involved in expertise, so you're very much appreciated.
Well, it's certainly a team. I will say that.
To the team.
Commissioner King?
Well, Jenifer, I just wanted to say, ever since you've been here, I've always enjoyed how enthusiastic you are. I've never told you, but I thought this is my last meeting. I want to tell you. Even walking across here, it's like you almost wanted to run to the microphone but then I see you have a lot to be enthusiastic about. So I think it is, like you said, a team effort, and your whole team is kind of circular because you're enthusiastic and you've got a lot to be enthusiastic about, and it just builds and builds. And so thank you, and I agree with Commissioner Wright. We are very grateful to have you. You're a great addition.
Thank you. I'm very passionate.
Whole team, everybody.
Commissioner Granberry?
Jenifer, I'll echo what everybody else is saying. Great job. And explain the geofencing. I understand that we use that in our world about tracking, carpooling and stuff to our properties. How's that? How are you utilizing that for what we're doing?
Like for the boat ramp project, when you go into a certain area, if you have location services turned on Big Brother that's in your pocket, then we can target you with ads for up to 30 days after. And cell phone data and history is very powerful. It can be a little scary sometimes, but if I wanted to target, say, anybody that was in this hotel for the last 6 months, that's possible. If I wanted to target families that have visited Disney in the last 2-3 months or week or whatever, anything. So we've targeted people that have visited Bass Pro Shops that don't have a license. We've targeted people that were at the Nashville Farmers Market, where we gave away, back when it was, kosher to give away free food. We gave away catfish and geofenced people that were at the Nashville Farmers Market with ads that said, fresher than the farmers market, go catch your own dinner. So that's kind of how that works.
Anyone else? Commissioner Box?
I agree with Connie and everybody else how great of a job you've done, and it's fun and exciting, and I appreciate your enthusiasm and your hard work.
Thank you.
It shows and it's paying off. Everything's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thanks, Jenifer. Thanks for all you do, and it is a little bit scary to hear all that things, but it's obvious it's going on because you sometimes think your phone's reading your mind. You've been somewhere shopping, and then all of a sudden your phone starts sending you ads for wherever you or your kid might have took your phone into Toys or whatever toy store. But anyway, you wonder how in the world that happens, but that explains it. So thanks for all you and your team do. All right, we're going to recess. We will not start until 1 p.m. We will not start before 1. So we're recessed to 1 for lunch, and we'll be back. If you start to begin to take your seats, we'll try to get started. There are a few more seats if you'll work your way up this way instead of standing if you want to. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. We started this morning at 10 a.m. We recessed so everyone can go get some lunch and come back in. I would like to welcome you all. We did introduce a list of guests this morning. I won't go back over that this afternoon. The way the meeting will work, we'll start here at 1. We will, depending on how long it lasts, we've got a drop dead cutoff time of 4 o'clock. But between that, sometime we will have a break so everybody can go out for 10 or 15 minutes. Just take a break, stretch their legs if we need to. So that'll let you know that if you're feeling like you need to go out, that we will have a time during the middle of this, at least once, that we can go outside. No, there'll be I expect there'll be public comment today. The way that'll work is same as every meeting we have. Anybody that wants to speak on a motion or an amendment or anything we're voting on, you'll have 3 minutes to do so. I'll recognize you, come up to the microphone. Your question will be directed to me, and then I'll get the proper staff to answer those questions. So at this time, I want to call on our Assistant Deputy, Chris Richardson, to come up to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. It's good to see a full room here with a lot of members of the public. There's so many of these meetings that oftentimes we don't have the public participation we have today, and it's really good to see everyone here. It must mean that we're here to talk about something that folks are passionate about. Obviously, we're talking about public duck hunting and the duck blind drawing procedures and those things. I wanted to give you just kind of a little bit of an overview of this presentation to start, because it's a little bit different than what we have in an ordinary rulemaking. As you can see on the overview screen here, there are two separate proposals. There's a proposed rule change and there are proposed site changes. And these will be separate and distinct votes for you as commissioners, and they need to be treated as separate and distinct periods for the comments in order for us to keep things straight. The proposed rule changes, as you'll see in a minute, are those things that are actually going into the administrative rules, and they provide the framework that then allows the proposed site changes that will come following that rule vote. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to jump right in kind of to an overview. And you all have seen this slide before. Any of you that may have watched some of the information that the Commission has put out, the agency has put out, and certainly the Commission, the issue surrounding public land duck hunting is not something that's new. For decades, there have been differences of opinion on the best way to administer our public land duck hunting, specifically in part our duck blind draws. We've had complaints about the handheld drawings, the fairness of those. We've had complaints about bullying behavior and intimidation tactics that are used at times. And we've gotten a pretty clear message from folks over the years that there's an appetite for change and a desire to try to make things better. So this is kind of a basic overview of the response. As we started to look into this issue, we explored kind of different options that may help increase the number of unique individuals that got an opportunity to experience what our WMAs have to offer. We evaluated whether our system is fair and equitable, and as with any system, there's going to be loopholes, there's going to be ways to game things, but we wanted to take a look to see if we believed that what we currently had was our best possible system. But at the same time, we've got to acknowledge that there are traditions in Tennessee that are unique to anywhere else, and we have to be willing and able to acknowledge those traditions and support them. Our constituency demands it, and as an agency, we want to make sure that those traditions are not lost or forgotten. At the end of the day, our goal as an agency is to try to make improvements and make things better for all Tennessee waterfowl hunters. This is kind of a timeline really starting in March 2018. This is certainly not the first time the Commission has ever considered changes to the duck blind drawing procedures. This issue has been around literally for decades. I know as recently as 2004, the Commission considered and voted in changes to the duck blind drawing procedure. Those changes were ultimately reversed, but it's indicative that this is not something new that happened overnight, or not something new that is a knee-jerk reaction from this agency to consider making changes. In March 2018, we formed what we called a public access team, and this was in response to complaints over the fairness of our handheld duck blind drawings. In January, we updated the TFWC at a public meeting on the work of that team, and in June of 2019, the Commission directed the agency to develop a new system that could, or we believed would, make improvements and improve the fairness, specifically when it came to buying and selling. And those of you that are in the room, I'm sure, are familiar with the system that we employed in 2019, which was essentially a two-phase handheld draw. We drew names out of the first bucket, and parties were formed up to 8 people. Those 8-person parties were then put back into another bucket when we drew for the order of selection. Following that two-phase draw, the agency contracted with the University of Tennessee to do a duck hunter survey. We wanted to gain attitudes about public duck hunters, what they thought about our WMAs, what they thought about our drawing. That survey was conducted by the University of Tennessee, and I believe somewhere in the north of 7,000 surveys were sent out, and I don't pretend to be a statistician or know exactly how you compile statistically valid surveys, but we got the results of that, and certainly we evaluated them, and they became really a piece of the overall puzzle. I think we faced some allegations that duck hunter survey might not have been as artfully drawn as it could have been. It may not have captured all of the attitudes, but it is also not all of our proposal. It's not necessarily the driving force of these changes. It was yet one piece of a much larger puzzle. COVID-19 hit in 2020, and in June, the agency requested an emergency rule from the Government Operations Committee and the General Assembly to be able to conduct the duck blind drawings this year in an electronic format due to avoid the crowds at the duck blinds drawings. And we conducted those drawings in August via computer. There were some issues with that duck blind drawing that we couldn't necessarily fix, that by way of putting in parties and getting equal chances and things, and we listened to the public's response to those, and certainly you'll see some adjustments to some of those specifics here in just a little bit. In October of 2020, our agency updated the Commission again in a public meeting on ideas to increase the number of individuals, unique individuals, that could be hunting our WMAs and experiencing what they have to offer. And at that time, the Fish and Wildlife Commission directed us to develop a plan. November of 2020, we had a special call meeting down in Parsons, Tennessee, with the specific goal and direct action to try to hear what the public thought about some of these ideas and some of these proposals. And over the course of November through January, we concepts. In December, we announced a rulemaking hearing for February, and we previewed those kind of guidelines or outlines that are in the rule today. And then in 2021, we drafted the second part, which is that allocation of the blinds within those systems that the rule would have laid out. I think our first proposal, as far as the designations of the blinds were considered, was rolled out on February 1st. I can tell you there have been significant changes to the proposal since that time, and certainly we put all of those significant changes out to the public about 4 weeks ago now. Here we are in March 2021. This is a reschedule due to inclement weather from the February call meeting, and we're here to discuss this formal rulemaking hearing and also those duck blind designations. Mr. Chairman, this is the point at which I'm going to go into the proposed rule changes.
Thanks, Chris. This is a rulemaking hearing before the Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission to consider amending Rule Chapter 1660-01-02, which deals with rules and regulations governing birds, specifically Rule number 1660-01-0202. Migratory bird hunting, Rule number 1660-01-02-03, falconry, and Rule number 1660-01-08-05, permit applications and drawing. My name is Kurt Holbert, and I will be conducting the hearing. The order of proceedings will be as follows. The Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency staff will present the information on the proposed rules. Commission members will be permitted to comment and ask questions. Members of the audience will be permitted to comment and ask questions. Members of the audience wishing to speak should identify themselves before speaking. We will reserve the right to limit comments to 3 minutes and discussion, especially in cases of repetition. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to kind of clarify where we are, the way that they are three rules. They're filed as one filing. There will be one overall vote on these rules. We can take individual amendments if the commission desires at any level or specific to any of these rules. Excuse me. This is a basic overview of what the major changes in the rule would be. And again, this rule is specifically designed and allows for a lot of flexibility for the commission to design. It basically provides a framework or guidelines or sideboards for which the commission can operate and how they go about allocating duck blinds and conducting the draws. The Migratory Bird Hunting Rule 1660-01-02 is, we propose to define our duck blinds now into a 4-tier designation. There are regulations specific to each tier that I will go over, and those tier assignments per this rule have to be reviewed by the commission every 2 years, and it provides the option for, and it is our recommendation to go to a computerized drawing procedure for all of the duck blinds and quota hunts available in the state. Again, there are 4 tiers. Tier 1 would be what we generally think of and have historically had on our WMAs. They are permanent structures. They are season-long permits that would be issued to an individual or a group of individuals for 60 days. Those individuals that are successful in acquiring a permit are required to build a blind. There are construction standards that are the same as they have been, but for a change that solid walls would now be required in that construction. The occupancy requirements for daily use are similar and the same as they have been in the past, and hopping, which I will continually refer to, which I'm sure everyone in here knows what I mean. That is, if you don't hold a permit to that blind, you still can access a blind, provided that a permit holder is not in the blind by legal shooting time. Tier 2 blinds would be those blinds that the agency proposes to construct, to build, to maintain, to brush, and to provide shorter duration hunts on our WMAs. There is no hopping proposed on Tier 2 blinds. Here in the pictures you'll see a prototype that some folks have been working on with us as to what the blinds may in fact look like. All metal construction, Trex deck floors. I believe this is a 24-foot by 12-foot blind, and clearly it's still in construction here, but you can see kind of the enclosed part, and then the front deck that you're looking there would be the shooting platform. Blind hopping has been a consistent topic of discussion both within the agency and from the public, and certainly there has been public comment that we have received that indicates that we should consider making Tier 2 blinds hoppable if we're going to have Tier 2 blinds. We do not propose to allow Tier 2 blinds to be hoppable. We're going to make a significant investment to provide these blinds. We're going to make a significant investment of resources to make sure they're brushed and maintained and available for those individuals that are successfully drawn for a permit. This provides kind of a whole new way for folks to hunt. We have gotten comments that not everybody wants to have a 60-day blind, not everybody wants the responsibility and the requirement to build a blind, but they still want to go duck hunting. And we believe there's an R3 opportunity here. We're always looking for ways to get sportsmen and hunters and non-sportsmen engaged into the different opportunities that we have to offer, including duck hunting. And we believe that a Tier 2 blind that's provided there that creates less effort and less work for someone that wants to experience duck hunting may lead to more lifelong duck hunters, which will then further support those things that we're also passionate about. I'm going to go to a short video here, and this video will be of a blind on one of our WMAs this year that it was drawn successfully by a hunter, but that hunter did not apparently hunt very often, and the blind basically was hopped all year long. And I want you to pay close attention to the condition of the blind, not necessarily the condition of the wood or the floors or the rotting, but just literally the amount of trash and the amount of just the overall condition. I'm sure many folks may recognize this. This is blind 107 at Camden Bottoms. We do not want to allow our Tier 2 blinds to ever look like this. And at some point, we have to have some level of accountability to the people that we permit to put in those blinds. And that is a large and driving force for why we propose not to have hopping. We believe that those people, if we can keep track of the people that are legal to be in those blinds, we're going to have a better opportunity to make sure those blinds are kept in good condition and ready for two groups of hunters week in and week out. Tier 3 blinds is the third categorization of the blinds. These would be not blinds. I call them Tier 3 blinds, but I should be referring to them as Tier 3 hunting locations. These are quota permits that will be issued through those draws along with the Tier 2 blinds, and they would be issued for 7 days or 1 hunt per week. They would be temporary blind sites, boat hunting, temporary pop-up blinds. Permanent blinds would not be allowed to be constructed on these locations, but these locations would be hoppable in the sense that if a permit winner or permit holder is not on that site on a given day, anyone is free to go use that. Tier 4 locations, there is no permit required. They're not part of our draw. They again would be temporary blinds only, and certainly they are hoppable. They will be administered on a first come, first served basis. And I can tell you that currently there are no Tier 4 blinds in our proposal that you'll hear after this rulemaking hearing. Tier 4 would also be the designation. They're inconsistent with the way rules have been historically. Those successful Tier 1 permit holders that have the responsibility of building or maintaining or constructing a blind on a site, if a blind was not constructed by near the end of October, the permits would be revoked, and those spots would then become Tier 4 for that season. The next part of this rule, or the next rule that's part of this rulemaking hearing, is the permit applications and drawings part. We propose to institute a priority point system similar to what we have at Pagoda and Thorny Cypress with our current quota hunts, and also what we have in our deer and turkey quota hunts. This will increase, if you're put in for some of these quota hunts and you do not get a hunt location or a permit that year, you would be awarded a priority point, and each level of priority points that you have increases your chances of being drawn the following year. This would only apply to our Tier 2 blinds, our Tier 3 locations, and our Pagoda, Thorny Cypress, Chickamauga, the existing quota hunts that we have had. You'll be able to put in as an individual or a party in these draws, and we have fixed our system to now where if you put in as a party of 8, you will have 8 chances in the bucket. That was one of the issues that we had during the 2020 computerized draw that we have now rectified. If you put in as a party and each of you has a different number of priority points, the priority points would be averaged together. So for example, if Chairman Holbert and I put in as a party of 2, and I have 4 priority points and Chairman Holbert has 0, our party would draw with 2 priority points. There are a significant number of individuals out there that have existing priority points that are associated with the Pagoda and Thorny draws that we have had now for a few years or many years. We're doing our best here to find a way that those priority points aren't lost. Those hunts are going to be rolled into the draw with the proposed Tier 2 and Tier 3s, and so our proposal would be that the existing priority points would be applied to the mid-season application period for any of those individuals that have them currently. We are proposing to go to a 3-phase draw on our quota hunts. We would have an early season, a mid-season, and a late season. Priority points will be kept unique to each draw, and those drawings we hope will allow for people to be drawn for these hunts closer in time to when the hunts will take place, which will hopefully ensure that the hunters are taking advantage of the opportunities. Another way that we are wanting to make sure that folks take advantage of the opportunities, or that we can maximize the people that want to be in the blinds, is a notice of intent requirement. If you've hunted at Pagoda and Thorny Cypress, then you're familiar with this. If you have not, what this means is when we award you a permit for one of these quota hunts, there will be a requirement that you send back to us a notice of intent to utilize that permit. If we do not receive the notice of intent back, we will revoke the permit, and then we will put those permits back into a leftover or vacancy draw. On the local or vacancy draws, we're proposing 1 drawing for each of the 3 different segments of the waterfowl seasons. They will be held at predetermined dates and times. We will ask folks to apply and register for those leftovers on the computer, and a list of eligible hunters will be generated and assigned in a random order. We will then have a in-person announcement of those hunters that were successful in drawing, and a hunter will have to be present physically at that local location in order to claim one of these leftover draws. A few changes to the existing quota hunt areas, that being Pagoda, Thorny Cypress, Chickamauga. We have moved them from 1 application that covers the whole season to this 3 application period. We have made that, now you can now obtain up to 3 permits per season, and if you're unsuccessful in obtaining a permit in any of those draw periods, you will be awarded a priority point that is distinct to those draws. The other thing that was a major change here in these some of these areas, you were limited to 5 hunters. We are proposing to increase that maximum to 8 to bring it in line with our Tier 2 and Tier 3 draws. This is a tentative date on how the application periods would kind of open. As you can see, we're sticking to the kind of traditional dates and times for applications and drawings when it comes to the Tier 1 blinds. And then, as you can see, with the dates there for the early, mid, and late season periods. These dates are obviously subject to some level of change at this point as we look at the calendar and continue the process, but this is our stated goal, and we would expect them to be very close in time to these specific dates. This is how we propose to do the vacancy or local leftover draws. They would occur on Mondays at 6. There's the dates. The notice of intents are due, and when we get back the notice of intents is when we can release the number of hunts that we have left over, or that we had people that didn't return those, and then hopefully we can get the applications in and have those live announcements and drawings 10 days after the notice of intent deadline. This is a pretty big change on what is required to put in for our draws. Obviously, right now on Reelfoot Lake, you have to have the Reelfoot Preservation Permit in order to enter the draw. On our other WMAs, you must have a license and WMA permit in order to get in the draw. We're proposing to bring these quota draws in line with our current deer and turkey quota hunt draws. It will simplify how we go about it. It will make it easier for folks to understand. Sportsmen, senior sportsmen, anyone that holds a sportsman's license are exempt from any quota application fees and would be exempt from any fees under this new proposal. But otherwise, if you're not a sportsman's holder, you would be required to pay $12 plus the convenience fee in order to get in the draw. That would be unique to each draw. So for example, we are going to have a season-long draw in August. We are going to have 3 late season draws. Those would all be, or an early, middle, and late season draw. Those would be 4 separate applications and $12 a piece. We also propose under this rule to have a 5th draw for our youth and veteran dates, and it's the agency's proposal that we waive any quota fees associated with those. On the youth and veteran dates, anyone would be able to put in for those blinds, but obviously the only people that would be able to hunt on those dates would either be youth or veterans, depending if you're on Saturday or Sunday in February. We don't want to discourage people from putting in to draw these. We want to encourage hunters that want to take youth or that might want to take some soldiers to have that opportunity and be able to secure a permit for those dates. The last section on this rule hearing, Mr. Chairman, is the falconry change. It's very simple. We are simply adding owls to the definition of raptors. So those folks that enjoy falconry would now be able to utilize owls. Mr. Chairman, that is the conclusion of the explanation of the proposed rule changes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. And before I get a motion in a second, and time for discussion, I want to clarify that as it's rules, any of these rules have nothing to do with the tier designation of certain blinds. And you can touch on that a minute before we, but I just want to make the public and the commission to realize that if you have a comment on that, it will come later.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. This sets the guidelines, the framework for a tier designation, but it does not in any way assign specific blind locations to those tiers. That comes in a separate vote that would be the proposed site changes.
That will be after this vote. Okay, will of the commission.
Make a motion to accept the 3 rule changes as presented by Mr. Richardson, and do I need to cite the numbers, Chris, or is that?
No, sir, I think that'd be sufficient.
Okay. So moved. I second that.
A motion from Commissioner Granberry and a second from Commissioner Ripley. Now will be the time for discussion or amendments from the commission. Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure exactly how to word this, but a lot of the emails that I've been getting has made reference to people not using the tier 2s and tier 3s. While I may not necessarily agree that people won't use them, at least talking to the people that I represent in District 4, I want to propose something, and people have often joked about me being the crane commissioner, and I'll accept that because I do like the Sandhill cranes. But we have a requirement to respond to a survey that says how many times we hunted, what we hunted, were we successful, not successful. And if we don't do that, we cannot be in the drawing the next year. So I would like to make an amendment, Mr. Chairman, that along with this rule, that we put in place a requirement or a survey opportunity so we, the agency, can get information about who's using this, so we can, and in 2 years we can say, okay, they didn't hunt, or no, it was used all the time, and here we've got the data to prove it. I hate making rules that we cannot support by information and data. So I've looked up the stuff that is in the crane drawing, but basically I want to make an amendment that we add a post-season waterfowl hunt survey for the draw hunts, and I can leave it to you guys to give me the technical stuff. But does that make sense?
Certainly. Just as a clarifying question, Commissioner Sanders, is be your intention with this motion to apply this across all 4 tiers and all quote, basically all permit hunts that we award to waterfowl hunters, this survey requirement would apply. Is that your intention?
It is. We've gone through this process of trying to do what we think is best to offer more opportunities, but I think we really need to have the data and the information so we can see, was it successful, not successful? Did it work? What do we need to tweak? Without data, we're not going to know.
I certainly understand the intent, and I'm kind of looking over to Joe, Jason, to see, but we're familiar with a system of that sort in the way that we do cranes and those permits. I think that the agency could quite easily develop a similar system with regard to these duck blinds and these duck hunt opportunities.
So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we amend to allow a postseason draw similar to the crane, and they can work out the details to that for all the tiers.
Okay. You hear a second?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as a clarification, and I think I understood your motion to include that if someone does not return said survey, that it would be grounds for disqualification from a future draw.
Absolutely.
Understood.
Do I hear a second? I have a second from Commissioner Granberry. Is there any discussion on the amendment? This discussion is on this amendment only to require a postseason hunt survey from each blind holder that gets drawn. Commissioner King?
Would the ability to be put in the draw again be for the next year only, for 10 years, 5 years, a lifetime, or wouldn't we need to clarify that?
I think it's certainly an excellent question, Commissioner King. We'd be at the will of the commission in that regard. I think we could accomplish either or. Certainly, I think that the punishment should fit the crime, and some sort of lifetime ban, we would have a level of uncomfort. We would not be comfortable with something like that, but certainly want to have some level of accountability to make sure we can get those back. That's why we instituted the crane drawing in the way that we did, is we felt it was very important to get the information back. I believe that the crane drawing, if you don't return it, you are ineligible the following year. So you're only ineligible for 1 year under our crane drawing. And if we use similar language, I would assume that's how we would administer it.
Was that all tiers?
Yes.
All
Yes,
tiers.
ma'am.
Any other Commissioner Ripley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question was, is it all tiers? But of course, Tier 4 doesn't require a permit at all.
That's a very good point, Commissioner Ripley. That's correct. This would only apply to those individuals that were awarded a permit from the agency. So in a sense, it would apply to a Tier 1 permit, a Tier 2 permit, a Tier 3 permit. Also, if you look at it in consideration for a party of 8 versus a party of 1, each member of an 8-person party is issued a permit. We would seek a survey from all 8 individuals in that blind. It would not be 1 per blind. It would be to each unique individual that was issued a permit.
Thank you. I guess my question would be for Tony, Commissioner Sanders at this point, is whether or not his amendment, as he's proposed it, would include the penalty for 1 year for failure to respond to the NOI, or the survey, rather.
My intention would definitely not be a lifetime ban, but in the vein of the crane drawing, which I'm again very familiar with, it is the following year that if you don't return the information, that you're precluded from participating.
And just to clarify, that's the way I took your amendment, is it would follow the crane drawing, so that would be a year. So that's the way Chris understood it too.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Chairman. Are permits issued at the local handheld draws when the NOI is not returned, or they
Yes.
decide that? So the permits issued there, and that would follow suit as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
We have discussion on the amendment. Any comment from the public on the survey card?
What's going to happen if you got bad weather?
Sir, went to,
I'm Mike Hayes, former TWA commissioner, and I've been around this all my life, Art. You know, you're putting requirements on them having to come, but if you got bad weather at the last minute, are we going to be making people come and us be liable for, you know, and not having enough time to put the their intent to come, not to come? You're going to have to look at that. You know, my people, if rain, sleet, snow, for hunting bad, they'll cancel. And I got $300 deposit. You know, as a former TWA commissioner, we had the same type draw at Pagoda. We had 85% of the people that didn't show up. So you're going to have it. Further you go away, they're just not going to do it.
Right.
Great intent. You know, I have people stay at my resort and everything else. But if we're going to make it where they have to come, are we going to have any liability on when bad weather and things like that happen?
now, Mr. Hayes, we're not requiring them to come. We're only requiring them to fill out a survey after they're drawn.
Okay, but I was
It
talking
has
about
nothing to do with them
on
coming.
when
If
they
they don't
get-
show up, it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
This is only the survey itself.
Yeah, and there may have been some level of confusion with the notice of intent. There is no penalty for not returning a notice of intent and no penalty for not showing up, other than the permit is revoked and it goes back into a leftover draw so that it can be re-awarded to somebody that wants it. This survey is separate and distinct from the notice of intent. It would be completed post-season, much like we do with HIPs, or certainly exactly like we do with Sandhill Cranes.
If you would, state your name for you.
Curtis Cathy. So they could lie on the survey and say they came, but not ever come. Like, how would you go about knowing if they really came or not? You see what I'm saying?
You can answer that, but you definitely
Certainly with any requested survey that an individual fills out, there obviously is the opportunity for false information. I think we as an agency have some thoughts and plans about increasing the frequency at which we're monitoring Tier 2 blinds under this. I think we're going to have to depend on our personnel in the field to be checking on these blinds multiple times per week. And so we hope to gain some information firsthand about the occupancy levels of these, but these surveys would also, I think, be beneficial. I'm thinking a little bit out loud here in the sense of what they could provide, but we certainly could gain attitudes about whether the condition of the blinds were satisfactory, if they did in fact hunt, and we would have to take all that information with a grain of salt, knowing that any type of voluntary survey or response back could be in fact false information.
All right, you're talking about increasing field personnel. We had RD 55 at Reelfoot this year. I was there 40 days out of 60. I was never checked. I've hunted Reelfoot for 18 years. I've been checked one time. Once. So, I mean, you're going to increase, or you're either going to increase field personnel, or you're going to put more workload on the officers that already have too much workload. So y'all got to think about that, because I don't see people being truthful on a survey, because they're going to lie about it so they can still put in the next year. I mean, I would. I'll be honest with you. Everybody in this room would.
Again, sir, there is no requirement that you hunt. If you returned the survey to us and told us you didn't hunt, you still get to put in for the draw. If the answers to the survey don't matter, they don't affect you. You only have to return the survey, and there's no penalty provided you return it. And so we're not going to, we certainly don't want to say you have to go hunt a blind in order to be eligible next year, because you're exactly right. That would lead to lying and a lot of false information. But all we're going to be asking folks to do is tell us whether they hunted or not. As long as they tell us, they'll be eligible for next year's draw.
Could you not get a large group of people from other states, say they're going to give you the NOIs, the letter of intents, they're going to show up, and then all these spots just sit empty all these days? You want to create more opportunity, but you won't allow blind hopping at
We need to keep all the comment right now to the survey itself.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like the survey itself, you're talking about a penalty. So what if it's you did hunt, you used your days, you forget to make your survey, so you can't come the next year. You can't put in. That's what you're saying, right? Even if you still hunted, but you forgot to mail your survey back in, you don't get to put in the next year, correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, so but if you don't hunt and send the survey back and say you didn't hunt, you can still get to put in for next year. Okay, that's just what I want to clarify.
All right, thank you.
I don't think the record is clear.
Danette, do you have Commissioner Granberry down for a second?
Yeah, this would be as to the amendment.
On the amendment, on Tony's amendment, Commissioner Granberry seconded it. Making sure you have that down.
We got Ripley, Granberry first and Ripley second.
The amendment, that was the original proposal. The amendment was moved by Commissioner Sanders and was seconded by Commissioner Granberry, is my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, yes, okay. Sanders, yes, I do, and Granberry second.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You would state your name.
Jeremy Poole, just a clarification on the penalty.
You can pull that down if you need to, that mic.
Oh, that was a short joke, right?
All right.
We'll forgive you for that. No, just a clarification for everybody. On the penalty, will the penalty be for all sign-ons, or will the penalty be for the one that does not return? So if I've got 8 guys in my group and one person doesn't return it, does that penalize all 8, or does it just penalize the one?
One.
Yeah, it would be our intention that those surveys would be unique to the individuals that received permits. So each of the 8 individuals in a group receive a permit. The repercussions or any penalty associated with the survey would be to the individual, not the party as a whole.
Okay. Any other Commissioners? King?
It seems to me that there's a crossover confusion here from the survey to the NOS. Because the surveys are intended to help us with the information the hunters want us to have so that we can make good decisions. So it's not to penalize or to cause any more work on the hunters. It's really for the benefit, if I'm understanding Commissioner Sanders' proposal correctly. It's for us to be able to make good decisions based on good information. If the hunters don't want to give us good information, it's just a little hiccup. It's not really a big deal unless they lose their right for the next year, but.
It is, and you know, this fits right into the requests we've had on the emails of surveying the WMA hunters, and it's exactly what we're doing. We want the feedback, or the agency wants the feedback, and to see what is going on. If somebody wants to lie, that we can't stop that. But Commissioner Sanders?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify. This year, I was drawn for sandhill cranes. My wife fell and broke her leg at the 1st of December, and I couldn't go hunting. So I sent a survey back that said I did not hunt this year. There's no penalty for not hunting. There's no penalty for anything. But I sent the survey in so I can be available to hunt next year if I get drawn.
Correct. Any other comment just on the amendment of the survey? If not, all in favor of the amendment to require a postseason hunt survey on all tiers, just like the sandhill crane drawing, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. We're back to the main motion as amended. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Ripley?
The return of the notice of intention, would that be returned by electronic means or by mail or both?
I believe we provide both options. Looking for verification from staff, probably Ms. Spriggs. There she is. Yes, she's nodding her head. We offer both options. You can return it electronically or by mail.
And is there something in the way of a safeguard to assure that if someone wants to falsely give a notice of intention, in other words, how do you know that it is the permittee that is responding electronically with a notice of intention?
I may have to seek guidance from the existing quota hunts or someone that handles those notice of intents, but when the permit is issued, that notice of intent that is required is unique to that one permit to that one individual.
I see. So there'd be some sort of numerical designation that they would have to give, which would only be available to them because it was on the permit.
That is my understanding, but And I'm getting a thumbs up from Ms. Briss.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from Commissioner Wright?
Chris, just a quick comment to you and the agency. You have multiple iterations of this proposal, but one thing I want to thank the agency for is the flexibility of all the stakeholder input we've had and all the commission input we've had to the Tier 2 blinds. And it looks like there's, in the latest iteration, and that may change, I realize we're not talking about blind designations, it's just over 6% would go into Tier 2. But those are now huntable. We're not going to lose that opportunity, and that's something different that you presented than we've seen before. So I really appreciate that. That's one of the hunters and stakeholders' main concern is these are good blinds, small percentage, but we're not going to get to hunt them. But now locals get that opportunity so they won't be lost. If someone doesn't file an NOI or says they're not coming, then that's a local draw, and those good blinds get to be able to get hunted. So I just want to thank the agency for the flexibility and yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Any other commissioner? Any comment from the public? If you would, state your name, please, sir.
Jim Byford, I'm from Martin, Tennessee. You know, what we're really talking about here is change versus tradition. That's what it's about. And the opposition that I think you've heard against this proposal is opposition to change tradition. And as a biologist and a hunter, I value tradition. But I would put forward that there are at least 3 traditions with duck hunting. Blind hunting is just one of those traditions. If I'm too loud, I'm sorry. Blind hunting that many people, particularly in West Tennessee, know about is a tradition, and it's a good one. There's no doubt about it. Being with fellow hunters, being able to share camaraderie and so on. But there's a couple other traditions that are important here, and one of those is boat hunting. And boat hunting can take a couple of forms. If you're into blind hunting, typically you've got several dozen, if not hundreds, of decoys in front of your blind that stay out all season. But the boat hunter takes in a couple dozen decoys, takes in a layout boat or takes in a temporary blind boat that he can put up when he gets there. And that's a different kind of hunting, but it's important. It's a traditional type of hunting. And then there's the third that's probably the oldest tradition of duck hunting. And that is on your assigned area, going in there either with a small boat or with waders if you can. Take a bag of a dozen decoys. You watch first of all where the ducks are coming into that area, and that's where you set up your temporary shop. And you take in a milk crate and a boat cushion, and you back up in the weeds, and you hunt ducks. That's perhaps the oldest tradition. That's important too. And I would venture that on most of our wildlife management, waterfowl management areas, we don't have those opportunities for the other 2 traditions. Now, you surveyed hunters through UT, and I know the people that did that survey, and they're very competent. You get a pretty good tally of how duck hunters in the state feel. And 2/3 of those hunters wanted to change. Thus, the agency and the commission are considering those changes. And I want to publicly say I appreciate that, because we've been needing a change for quite a while. If you look at our surrounding states, they don't have a system like we do. They have a system, most of them, that honor all 3 kinds of traditions I just mentioned. You know, there's when we talk about change is really part of how we live today. Tradition is very, very important. I'm an old, long in the tooth guy. I appreciate tradition. And we need to honor tradition, but we also need to adapt our policies and regulations to change. Change happens. We need to adapt to those changes, and I think the agency is doing that. I applaud you for doing that. You know, we've got computers now and smartphones. We've got tech-savvy hunters. We've got a system now that can you know, prioritize and give draws on a prioritized basis. And the way it's been in Tennessee, and I participated in these draws where you go out and sit out half a day in the sun and not get drawn. It's about like your chance of getting drawn at Reelfoot for the 65 public blinds, which I've been there the last 5 years, is about like drawing the lottery. I haven't been drawn over there. I've got a place at Reelfoot. I've never hunted Reelfoot Lake. Now, I'm not crying on anybody's shoulders. I'm just saying that's how it is. This proposal allows the common hunter who doesn't have a place to hunt, and it gives that hunter, him or her, hope. If they don't get drawn this year, the priority point system allows them to be drawn next year. And it makes duck hunting in the state more available to the common person in the state. I want to thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Bott.
Chairman Holbert and members of the Wildlife Agency, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this, and I appreciate the comments from the gentleman prior to me as well.
If you would state your name, I'm sorry.
My name is Gerald Cook.
Okay.
And I'm here just to speak in support of 1660-0102, in support not only of Tier 1 by computer draw, but also Tier 2 blinds, Tier 3, because I think it does secure additional experience for more people, similar to the tradition spoken about, the opportunity to be more equitable. We've already referenced the hearsay. We've already referenced the reputation for certain areas for what I'd call unfortunate activity. I've been a member of that. I've had family members that have been victims of that as well, and I want to applaud the agency for considering the voice of the public hunter. I want to applaud the agency for considering compromise in the best efforts of the public hunter. I've been reminded a lot of times that the only person who doesn't like change, or excuse me, the only person who does like change is a wet baby. But I hope I don't look like a wet baby up here, but I will say that with change comes growth as well. And I think the steps you're taking indicate a mind for growth, and I think you're representing the best interest of the future hunters in Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Just anyone else? Remind everybody that this discussion just goes with the rule and not the tier designations.
My name is David Smith. I'm from West Tennessee, Somerville to be exactly. I want to first of all applaud you ladies and gentlemen and the staff that you have here for the awesome responsibility that you have to do right by the wildlife resources and the hunters and fishermen and outdoor users of Tennessee. You don't get thanked very often. Most public servants don't, but I for one appreciate what you attempt to do, all of you. You know, it seems to be our nature as humans to resist change. I know I do. They've dragged me kicking and screaming into the computer age, and yet all of you sit with laptops and, you know, wireless connections to so many things, and we don't want to complicate people's lives, and hopefully we can streamline things. But I think you have before you here today a proposal to inject fairness and equity more so into the duck hunting and duck blind drawings across our WMAs and public properties that you manage across the state of Tennessee. I have 3 grandsons and a granddaughter. They're cutting their teeth right now, the youngsters are, in hunting in Tennessee. And I would hope that what you're about to undertake here is going to be an effort towards creating more opportunity for those young people in the future to experience all of the wonders of the woods and waters and the wildlife of our great state. And so I would like to echo what Jim Byford has said, and let's try something to make things better. We don't want to rule anybody out, but we want to expand the participation and make it more fair and equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anyone else?
I'm Bob Beard. I came to Northwest Tennessee, UT Martin, courtesy of the U.S. Army about 40 years ago, and we decided to stay after my tour there. And first, I'd like to express my appreciation to both Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency and the Commission for the opportunity this year as someone who has worn this country's uniform to be able to participate in the Veterans Hunt. And I killed a bird or two on that first weekend and missed a bird or two. And the next weekend I fought the ice a little bit and never got to the water, but at least I had the opportunity. I appreciate that. Over the years, I've hunted in Alabama, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee, waterfowl, 99% of that time on public land. I think I've hunted 2 times in a blind in Tennessee. One is in January 1978, and the other was in the early 1980s down on Woods Reservoir. Nearly all of it has been public land. In all those states I've hunted, Tennessee is by far the most restrictive in giving the common hunter an opportunity to go out and participate in waterfowl hunting on public land. I think this proposal is a start in the right direction. It's a small start, but it is a start, and really appreciate that. And I would encourage the commission to continue to work towards improving the access to people who don't have either the funding or the luck. There's three ways to be successful in waterfowl hunting. One, you have a lot of money, you lease a spot, for thousands and thousands of dollars. Or you can be very, very lucky in one of the drawings. And I've been to Big Sandy, and I've been to O'Bine, I've been to Reelfoot, and Dr. Byford mentioned about what the odds are there. Or you can do it in sweat. And so my son and I have been primarily, hike 3 or 4 miles in chest waders through the mud or whatever to try to do that. I'm getting a little long in the tooth to do that much longer. But I'd urge the commission to continue to move towards more opportunities for public land hunting for the average hunter in Tennessee. I sure appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. And I caught what you said, the USS Harmony. I think we went from there to Northwest Tennessee, and I just want to thank you and every veteran in this room. I think regardless of people's feelings on duck hunting and this regulation, that everybody in this room owes you and every veteran in this room a big thank you. And I just want you to know that I appreciate you and your service to our country, and it means a lot. The Veterans Hunt, I know the agency added that to where they're going to be able to apply for these blinds free. That's pretty awesome, in my opinion. And you don't have to be a veteran. If somebody in this room wants to apply and then take a group of veterans, which is a great idea, you can do that free of charge. So, but anyway, thank you and everyone else in this room. If you're a veteran, I truly appreciate it, and I know this commission does as well. Any other discussion? Okay. If not, all those in favor of the amended motion to amend Rule Chapter 1660-01-02, which deals with the rules and regulations governing birds, specifically Rule Number 1660-01-0202, migratory bird hunting, Rule Number 1660-01-0203, falconry, and Rule Number 1660-01-08-05, permit applications and drawings. Danette, would you call the roll, please?
Angie Box.
Yes.
Jim Ripley,
Yes.
Dennis Gardner, Jimmy Granberry,
Yes.
Steve Jones,
Yes.
Connie King. Yes. Tony Sanders,
Yes.
James Stroud, Kent Woods,
Yes.
Tommy Woods,
Yes.
Hank Wright, Brian McLaren, Kurt Holbert.
Yes. Thank you, Danette. Motion passed unanimously. The next part of the discussion, we'll get into the tier itself, and this will be the time to comment after Chris presents it, and if we get a motion in a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to proposed site changes. As many of you, as all of you know, and many may be watching know, that we've been through a couple different iterations of this. This chart that you're looking at here shows just how much change the agency is now recommending with these blind designations that is 100% in response to the public comments that we've received following the release of these proposals. The proposal, the old proposal as it's described on this, was the first proposal that was released on February the 1st. The new proposal, substantially similar to, almost identical to the proposal that the agency released around the 17th or 18th of February. This is the one that we put out the information on, that we did the video and we redid the maps. As you can see, the biggest change overall, again in response to public comment, is the number of Tier 1 blinds that we have put back on the landscape from the original proposal to where we are now. The February 1st proposal included 126 season-long Tier 1 blinds. This new proposal includes 414 of those blinds across the state. We're proposing 41 Tier 2 blinds and 30 Tier 3 hunt locations for those 7-day permits, and as you can see, the new proposal contains no Tier 4 blinds. I will say it's important to note on the Tier 4 blind, again, we will use that category if a blind that is in the current Tier 1 system is not built properly per the standards established by the rule that you just voted on. Those locations will convert to Tier 4 for that season. This is a breakdown of specifically the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 blinds, the number of quota hunts per season in each one of those blinds, and this gets, I think, is a very indicative picture of just how much more opportunity we are putting on the landscape for unique individuals to experience what our WMAs have to offer. That 956 number that you see is the minimum number of hunters, which means we now are putting 956 unique hunts out there for people to be able to draw from, which results in a maximum number of hunters being impacted of 7,648. I'm going to go through these maps. There is one specific change that I will highlight when I get to that map, but for that one change, these maps look and are identical to what the agency released a couple weeks ago. The January proposal for AEDC, as you can see, contained a number of Tier 4 blinds. Under the current proposal, there's 4 Tier 2 blinds, and the rest of the blinds will remain in a Tier 1 classification just as they are now. Cheatham Lake WMA, the January proposal, again, a lot of Tier 3 blinds, 4 Tier 2 blinds. You'll see a consistent theme here. The majority of all of the Tier 3 blinds at this location were converted to Tier 1 at the request and in response to those public comments. January proposal on the left, this is Haynes Bottom. Current proposal on the right, same theme. Lots of Tier 3 blinds proposed to go back to the Tier 1 system. This is Old Hickory Unit 1. You can see we initially proposed a significant number of first come, first served Tier 4 spots that wouldn't be administered through the quota hunt. The public response wanted the Tier 1 blinds left in place. We've listened, we've put them back. Old Hickory Unit 2, same story. Everything back to Tier 1 blind as it has been traditional draw in response to the public. January proposal on the left for Barkley, the current proposal on the right. And Mr. Chairman, I will say I can come back to these maps at any point as we get to specific comments. I'll click through them a little quicker because the theme is consistent as we go through. Big Sandy WMA, this is a spot that I need to point out a change. You can see the proposed January proposal on the left. It includes a Tier 2 blind up there in the top portion. I can't quite read the number from here, but you'll see that on the right, that Tier 2 blind is now being proposed as a Tier 3 blind on the current map. And here, that Tier 2 blind that we took from the previous location, you'll see it show up back here with the change from one Tier 3 blind to a Tier 2 blind here on Gin Creek unit. We also proposing some safety adjustments and quality. Really, it's two-phased. The commission gave us some direction to make sure that our blind structures that we're able to draw were at least a minimum of 200 yards apart. We also recognize that is a safety adjustment, but it's also a quality of hunt concern. I think everyone here knows that if blinds are on top of one another, the quality of the hunt for all of those hunters involved certainly is lower than if you have a little more space. So we took and made some adjustments to a few blinds. The only blinds that we adjusted, or the only blinds that we found to be out of compliance with a minimum 200-yard safe distance, were on Camden. This is Camden Unit 1. You can see the January proposal on the left and the current proposal on the right. These are 4 blinds from Camden Bottoms that we propose to remove from the landscape in order to accomplish the 200-yard buffer between blinds and also to improve the quality of experience there to just remove a little bit of pressure and provide everyone a little bit more space. Camden Unit 2, January proposal on the left, the current proposal on the right. Gooch, as you can see, there was considerable amount of change here. The public was very clear in their comments that they wanted some 60-day structures on Gooch WMA, and as you can see, we've listened and returned many of the blinds, a majority of the blinds on Gooch WMA to that Tier 1 60-day classification. Reelfoot, the same is true here. There were some Tier 4s and Tier 3s mixed throughout Reelfoot in the January proposal. The current proposal, as you can see, has more Tier 1 60-day permits. Tigrit WMA, a lot of adjustment here, a lot of public comment here about Tigrit and the unique way that it's hunted, and some of the challenges there in building blinds, and we listened to those comments, and here's the current proposal for Tigrit. There was an error in that this is different on the map than the original proposal that we released a few weeks ago. We inadvertently had an error on the map, and the D1 location was not correct in the original maps. We have verified the GPS coordinates of the location of D1, and it is accurately reflected on this map. West Sandy, again, you'll see the consistent story, Tier 4s and Tier 3s being converted back to Tier 1s. This is the only other location where a blind had to be removed in order to accomplish the 200-yard buffer zone. Again, just that's the overall look at how the designation shook out by the numbers. Mr. Chairman, that is our proposed blind allocations and designations within the tier system as adopted, and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. We'll see if we'll get a motion in a second before we go into discussion. Hear a motion? Commissioner Sanders with a motion, and Commissioner Gardner with a second. Any discussion from the commission? Commissioner Woods?
Would now be the current time to make an amendment to that?
Yes, sir.
Chris, could you go back to Camden, please?
Let's see how far I can go back. I may have to get some technical help back there. Maybe somebody can get us there quicker, but I'll try.
Oh, right there. Well, stop
That's,
right.
that's Unit 2.
Go to the next screen there. Right there's what I'm talking about. It's come to my attention. You can see right there, 106 removed due to proximity to 105. Back in 1988, Mr. Ralph McDonald got the privilege of being invited to hunt the Camden Bottoms, and he ended up doing a painting of Blind 106, and it's called Coming Home to Camden Bottoms. Is like I say, published in '88. There was 1,000 prints, and they sold out immediately. I wished that I had one, but anyway, him and his family would really like to see that blind preserved, and a lot of the hunters out there would like to see that blind preserved because it's in a good location, a good blind. But I would like to make an amendment that we take out 105 and leave 106 just to show his family some appreciation, and the folks that's asked me to do this, I would like to amend that to save that blind.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, the amendment on the floor is, if that come back up, but it's just, we're swapping, instead of taking out blind 106, we'll be taking out 105.
As a point of clarification, and certainly I'll look to WMA staff if there's any additional clarifying. We're talking about that area there around the Tier 2 blinds, and the proposal is to remove 105 but put back onto the landscape 106. Is there what designation are you proposing to put 106 back
Yeah, let me
in?
add to that. All the other blinds, that's called the triangle field, and all the other blinds in that field are a Tier 2. So I'm proposing take out 105 and make 106 a Tier 2, just like the others in the triangle field.
Thank you, that's understood.
And I'll second that again to the extent it was.
And if everybody does get a chance, look that drawing up. It's really pretty neat. Huh? Really? We'll talk after the meeting.
Okay, so the amendment on the floor is to remove blind 105, reinstate 106 as a Tier 2.
Understood.
Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Is there, you think there's any difference in that blind as far as what the public would think about one blind versus the other?
Certainly, Commissioner King, there has been public comment that agency personnel and the commission has received on both sides of that issue. In discussing it with our WMA manager and those most familiar with it, it was described to me as a coin flip as far as the quality of hunt that those two locations could provide, 106 and 105.
Thank you.
Hold on just a minute, Matt, just a sec. And I received 2 emails yesterday asking that those blinds be swapped as well. So, any other commission got a comment?
Chris, I know they're small. One of them, 106, is a Tier 2, and 105 is a Tier 1, or Tier 3, I'm sorry.
Yet, under the current proposal, we have removed 106 and we were proposing 105 as a Tier 3 blind. My understanding of the motion on the floor is that we would put 106 back in play and that its categorization would be in the Tier 2 category.
Okay.
So we would be adding one Tier 2 blind to the current proposal.
Because it's currently a Tier 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Any other commission comment? If you would state your name.
Yes, sir. Matthew Greer from Camden, Tennessee. 106 and 105, they're not a flip of a coin. 105 is looking directly east. I've been hunting there for 30 years. It's a swing duck blind. It swings the ducks off of blind 104. If you're going to take one, 106 is an easier hunted blind. 105, you're either going to shoot them at 10 yards or you're going to have to make a judgment call at 55. You're a hero or a zero. So if you're going to take, I don't want you to take either one of them. We had some older men do the numbers on them this week, and I can give you numbers that are closer, over 200 for the majority of these, even ones they're saying that are under 200. I don't want you to take any of them because it does take less chances. It makes less chances for hunters. But if you're going to have to take one, you take 105 because 106 is going to be easier hunted by people who don't understand how to hunt Camden Bottoms. And so that's my suggestion of somebody who hunted there 40 days this year.
Thanks, man. Any other comment from the public on the amendment?
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for being here. My name's William H. McConnell. I'm from Camden, and I do appreciate making 106 a blind that we can still hunt, but there's one mistake what you made. You said make all the blinds in the triangle field tier 2. Blind 136 is rated as a tier 3. It's the closest blind to the highway. There's no reason in the world for it to be tier 2. So I don't know if you just forgot about 136 or the map didn't show it or what. But why you'd want to make it a tier 2, I don't know. You seem to have made all the good blinds tier 2, so 136 is not one of them. That's all I had to say about that.
Thank you. Any other comment on the amendment?
There's also a blind not on there that's the blind we had this year, blind 134. It's not on there. You're taking it out and moving it to 138 spot. The 138 spot hasn't killed a duck in 10 years. We had 138 removed from there and removed back to behind blind 116. If you move 134 to the 138 old spot, it will not kill a duck. Anybody who draws it will not build it. And after a year of people drawing it on weekly hunts, they'll not come back. It's under power lines. It won't kill anything. 134, where we had it this year, killed about 200 ducks. I know it's a bad season, but you're proposing to take 134 out instead of 132. 134 and 132 are 134 yards apart. If you're going to take one of them, take 132 out, not 134. 134 and 133 are over 230 yards apart. So if you're going, 32 killed about 35 ducks this year. So if you're gonna, we're talking about quality and quantity. If we're gonna talk about quality, we need to talk to some people who are in the bottoms every day, watching the ducks, looking at what's going on, what blinds. So if you take 134 out, you're taking a blind that'll kill 10 times as many as 132 out. If you took 132 out, you've spread the field out, nobody's shooting swing ducks. The quality of hunt's better, and you're going to kill more ducks. But it's not on there for some reason. I guess maybe because it's just being moved, or on that slide you just put up there that said what's being moved in Camden Bottoms. It should also say that 134 is being removed out of the 30 field and put in the old 138 spot. I mean 128 spot. But it's not going to. It's useless. You might as well take it out of the bottom if you move it there. I would propose an amendment to take 132 out of the 30 field because nobody in Camden will care if it's ever there again. And leave 134 because there's more than 230 yards, and there's 400 yards between it and 133 and 135. And it would make better opportunity, and you wouldn't lose a good duck blind over a bad duck blind.
Thank you, man.
Chairman Holbert, at your discretion, please commission, the WMA manager is certainly here. I don't have the bandwidth to respond at that level of detail, but certainly Mr. Weed is available if you'd like to hear from him.
That'll be fine. And I would really rather let's focus on the amendment right now, because that's what's proper, and then we can go to that afterwards. This amendment right now is only affecting 105 and 106, so I'd like to get a motion on that amendment before we start any other discussion. Yeah, I have a motion in a second. But I need to vote on it before we go to discussion on anything else. So is there any more discussion on the amendment to remove line 105 and put 106 back in there as a tier 2? So is there any more discussion on that? Commissioner Bright?
Is there any appetite for, if we think 105 is better than 106, but 106 is the one we want to preserve, is that right? Because that's the... No, he was agreeing that 105, yeah, that 106 is better than 105. Yes. So, but we're wanting to keep 105 because of the, okay. So we're in good shape with this, man. We're keeping a better blind, better opportunity, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Get Hank a cup of coffee, I think.
We all need one, don't we? If not, this is the only vote on the amendment to remove line 105 and reinstate line 106 in the draw as a tier 2. All in favor of the amendment, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The amendment carried. We're back on the full motion. And I'm going to give Chris an opportunity, or Brad, whoever wants to address the question.
Welcome, everybody. Good to see everybody here. Commission, thank you for all you do, and the rest of the agency. So I want to clarify the question at hand is, why are we getting rid of 134? 133 in the current proposal as a tier 2 blind is going to be moved more toward the center of that field to where we actually plant corn and can plant corn. It makes that tier 2 site better. It puts that blind then 164 yards from blind 34. So our reasoning there is to make our tier 2 blind there in 133, to put it in the most ideal spot in that field. If we do that, we can't keep 134. And if we leave 133 where it's at, it'll be very difficult to build a tier 2 blind there. Or more difficult, I should say. Not impossible, just more difficult. 132 was left because we didn't want to take away the opportunity for a spot, and it is 200 yards from every blind down there in that field. So that was our justification as to why 134 got moved over to the old 138 site. And Mr. Greer was correct, yes, that is a poor site, but again, we didn't want to take away that opportunity and lose the site altogether.
Thank you, Brad. We're back to commission discussion on the original motion, and I've got a question, Chris, myself. It's not an amendment. I'm the chairman, but just a question and an idea. And so several of these areas, several emails talk about the tier 3 locations. Several of these locations already offer boat hunting, and some do not. I made my list, it's a list, but the boat hunting areas that I've got, and I may have missed one, but be Big Sandy, Gin Creek, Camden, Unit 2, Tigrit, West Sandy, and Reelfoot. By my calculation, that'd be 19 sites, but I'm not exact. I don't want to say that for sure. But what would the agency's position be on the WMAs that already allow boat hunting? To move those to not have those tier 3 sites.
Thank you, Chairman Holbert.
To move them to back to the tier 1. So
I think I'm understanding the point you're making is that on these 5 specific areas, boat hunting is allowed provided that you're 200 yards from any permanent structure. And on those areas, that's different than other areas that require a designated waterfowl hunt location. While I believe there is value in having a designated tier 3 spot that people can go to and know that that spot is going to be theirs, and we can help folks that probably may be less familiar with the area or may be very familiar with the area that are there to hop spots. I think there's some value in having those designated spots. Certainly, the impact would be felt much less on those areas where boat hunting is currently allowed than it would be to take away Tier 3 locations on areas that you have to hunt from a required spot. We would be at the will of the commission, sir. Certainly it could be accomplished.
Okay. Any other discussion from Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, Chairman. And first I'd like to say thanks to everybody that sent emails. We got a bunch of them. And not many got responded to. And when you get inundated with the level of emails that we've received over this issue, I'm a duck hunter. I'm passionate about it too. I understand, and I appreciate all the information. But please don't take it as not getting a response that we didn't read them, because we have. We've read all of them, and really appreciate the feedback. But to your point, Chairman, I'd like to pose what that discussion was on the Tier 3 places where boat-in access is allowed. Those 6 particular WMAs, I'll list them. It's Big Sandy, Gin Creek Unit 2, Camden Unit 2, Tigrit, West Sandy, and Reelfoot. And my amendment would be that on those 6 WMAs, all Tier 3s proposed would revert to Tier 1s. And because boat-in access is already allowed, and that would that's 19 more locations that Tier 1 could be, and but that's the amendment that I proposed.
Okay, do I hear a second? A second from Commissioner Kent Woods. I'm writing this down. Hold on just a second.
The overall list.
Okay, the amendment that is on the floor at this time is to take the Tier 3 locations, or the Tier 3 sites on WMAs where boat hunting is allowed, and revert those Tier 3s back to Tier 1s. Any discussion on the amendment?
Could I hear Dennis say again what it is the actual amendment is? Because I got kind of lost in the WMAs that he was talking about. So.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
I got it here. It's Big Sandy, Gin Creek Unit 2, Camden Unit 2, Tigrit, West Sandy, and Reelfoot.
And these all have boat-in access now anyway, right? Okay.
Any discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Wright.
So all 30? No, just 19 of the 30?
It's 19.
So just 11 spots for the guy or girl that can't hunt 60 days and doesn't want a Tier 1, but reduces their boating opportunity to get a 7-day slot in Tier 3. It is open, but I know.
Any other discussion on the amendment?
Chris, I think you expressed your opinion regarding this, but if you would just tell us again your thoughts on doing this.
Certainly I can understand the point being made, in that those areas currently allow for more or for some boat opportunity. So removing the Tier 3 from those spots and converting them back to Tier 1 would have the least impact. That will still leave us with 11 Tier 3 blinds, which I think does provide at the least a pilot program that we can continue to evaluate and get some input from the hunters on the popularity of Tier 3. We can get some ideas back through the survey, through Commissioner Sanders' amendment. I think the Tier 3 system is still alive. This doesn't gut it completely, and we'll learn a lot from those 11 blinds that are still being, or 11 hunt locations that would still be on the landscape.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a good point for us to bear in mind that what we do with these sites right now is not written in stone. It's something that can be evaluated and changed and adjusted and so forth. So we need to,
per the rule that you just adopted, you are required now to evaluate these spots at a minimum of every 2 years. Certainly you can do it more often, but at a minimum, you'll need to look at these designations every 2 years.
Chris, and this does have to do with this amendment because it's talking about Tier 3s, but does the agency have any desire, because there is a desire, and then Mr. Byford said it earlier, there is a group of people out there that does boat hunt, I mean, there is. And there's a desire for them. Is there a desire to create more, maybe some other Tier 3 locations in the future in access of what we're looking at now, or is that something the agency's discussed?
I think certainly there's a clear desire from the agency to provide the maximum amount of opportunity in the best ways possible on these WMAs. And if there are areas out there that may be appropriate to add Tier 3 spots, it's certainly something we're interested in looking into and seeing if those can be developed on specific areas. So yes, sir, I would say that's certainly accurate, that we have a desire to try to add as many opportunities as we can.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Wright? Both of y'all went at the same time, so Commissioner Wright.
Chris, I think, I'm sure we will, but I'd like for us to look at the number of applicants for Tier 2 versus Tier 3, just over time to along with our survey, to get us some actionable data on true demand for those spots. It'll be really interesting to see.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. We'll do that.
Just one more thing to say about this proposal is that having a stake out there is not a structure. So if you got to hunt within 25 feet of a stake, but you can boat hunt and you can get out there 200 yards from a structure, then the stake really holds no relevance at that point, right? Because you have boat-in hunting.
The only relevance that the designated hunt location would provide is a guarantee to that spot, that specific, within 25 feet of that stake. If there was another boat within 25 feet of that stake, and you held a permit to that location, you would have the priority and the rights to that spot, and that person would have to move at least 200 yards away. The hopper, if you will, would have to move at least 200 yards away. That would be the only benefit, though.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Commissioner Granberry?
Just for clarification, Chris, if you convert these 19 Tier 3 to Tier 1, which you've eliminated, theoretically 19 boat-only spots, if I draw one of those spots, am I 100% required to now build a blind at that location?
Yes.
Okay, so you are required to build the blind.
If it is in the Tier 1 designation and you're successfully drawn, you have a requirement to build that blind. If the blind is not constructed by the end of October, it will be converted to a Tier 4 first come, first served location.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've had a request from our technical crew back there to make certain that all of us commissioners turn our microphones on and get close to the microphone so that we get a good recording here.
Gotcha. Any other comment just on the amendment? Commissioner Bach?
Mr. Chris Richardson, where were you, go clarify for me on the Tier 3 blinds on, you said maybe adding additional places as far as blinds to hunt?
Tier 3 locations, Commissioner Box, would just be designated hunt locations. We don't propose to have blinds constructed, but there would be a stake and there would be rules associated with the proximity to that stake that you would have to hunt in. I think that as our managers consistently do, we're going to always look for ways to make things better and increase opportunity. So if we have areas on our WMAs that might be conducive for the development of some additional Tier 3 spots, that's certainly something we'd be interested in doing and we can look into.
Okay. Yeah, I've had several requests. Tigard, it's 7,400 acres and got just 18 or 19, so they were just considering it'd be nice to have additional spots there, so.
And there's no doubt, I saw some of the similar comments that you did in my review, and the number 7,000 certainly shocked me. I can tell you that in talking more in depth with the guys on the ground, which are all here and have that knowledge if you want to go further down. My knowledge is very shallow, their knowledge is very deep, but that 7,000 acres is a little bit of a misnomer, because while the entire area may be that large, the huntable portion of that area where there is water is certainly not consistent or near that big on its own. So there may be some opportunities there. It's certainly a place that I think we can look into and do what we can to maximize the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Just the amendment. Any comment? All in favor of the amendment to change the designation of the Tier 3s on the WMAs where boat hunting is allowed back to a Tier 1? All those in favor of the amendment, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. The amendment carried. Okay, we're back on the full motion as amended for discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
I can't see who Commissioner Kent Woods.
I'm still a little bit confused on the cannon bottoms. Could the wildlife manager come back up so I can ask a question or two? Can you go to that screen, please, Chris?
I'm going to try. Maybe can you guys take us back? Do you want to see Unit 1 or Unit 2, Commissioner Woods?
Wherever 134 and 132 is at.
Unit 1.
Yeah, yes, sir, Unit 1.
In Unit 1. Other way. Let me have it back. Let me have it. I'll fight you for it.
Anybody got any air sickness medicine?
Okay. Now, you said, okay, the way I'm seeing it, it's different on, no, okay, all right, there's a new one. So you're going to leave 132 where it was at?
Yes, sir. And as a Tier 3, it would actually have to be shifted a little bit to the tree line. That way there would be appropriate natural cover for someone to
And
have a
then
temporary.
you're proposing to move blind 134 to where?
It'd be to the west of there. Yeah, right down in there. Be one over, I think. Whoever's got the mouse.
Right there where you're,
Is it not on the map? Is it actually on the Unit 2 map?
Yeah, it's down there in that corner. I mean, I'd have to walk over there and point it out, but no, it'd be on the Unit 1 map.
He's putting his pointer out.
Okay.
Can you see it? Is
Yeah.
that it?
I think it's the one to the
I
bottom.
thought
after
you
that.
said a while ago you're going to move it to site 138.
That's an old site, 138. 138 was moved to the north side of Unit 2
Right.
years ago.
Okay. Well, I guess where I'm going with it, Mr. Greer seems to be really knowledgeable, and I respect your opinion on it as much, and I respect all of our wildlife managers' decisions and everything, and I'm listening to the public comment here, Mr. Greer seems like he's hunted in that area quite a bit, And if he's saying blind 132 never kills any ducks, and blind 134 does kill several ducks, why would we not do away with 132 and keep 134 in place?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we've taken 133, which is our Tier 2 blind.
Hold on, let me find, okay, right there, okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
And we've moved it more to the center of the field where we actually can, on most years, plant corn. Where 133 sits now is kind of in a wet hole. It's a somewhat of a distance, depending on how dry the summer is and how much corn was put in the field. It can be 40, anywhere from 30 to 50 yards from the corn. So we have proposed to move 133 as a Tier 2 more to the center of that field where we can, on most years, have corn planted or some other form of crop planted. With that move, we have compromised the distance between 133 and 134. That new 133 location puts it 164 yards from the old 134 location. Therefore, if we do that move there, the only option we have in that field to maintain as much opportunity as possible is to keep 132 and 135, leaving 3 locations in that field.
Okay. Could we let Mr. Greer speak on that, please?
Yes, sir.
If you move 33 to where it's at, unless you pan the field, they won't be able to get a boat into it. 133's boat port sits on the ditch, the only ditch that's able to get into the blind. 132 had no water in front of 133 to where you're going to move it has 6 inches of water in front of it for the majority of the year. You couldn't even get a boat across the field. So if you move these blinds to these proposed sites, it's going to cost you a lot of money to get them to be able to hunt them. 133 was moved to where it is now by, it used to sit back about 65 yards probably from where it is now. It was moved to where it is now by TWRA permission, and it's been the #1 spot in the field for years. But if you try to get it to where it is, there's not enough water to hunt it where you're wanting to move it to. And so my suggestion would be, if you're going to take, it killed, the first year it was moved to where it's sitting right now, it killed over 800 ducks in a 60-day season. About 12 years ago, I guess it was, when it was moved to where it is now. So, I mean, it is not far from the X. If you want to, the X, if you want to say the perfect spot, it's the only spot it could be, because that's the only spot you can get a boat in. All year long, we did not have enough water in Camden Bottoms on that side of the road, and we had to drag our boats. We had to wade. People got stuck in it. 133, even where it sits now, all year long, they couldn't even work their decoys out of the boats. They had to get out of the boat and drag them around. So if you move it to where you're proposing to move it, you'll have to do a lot of dirt work. You'll have to bring pans in, pan the field out. I would suggest leaving 33 where it can kill 800 ducks a year, sitting right where it's killed 1,000 before, sitting right where it's at, and take 32 out, which killed, I'm telling you, 35 ducks this year, and 34. If you're going to leave one, leave 34, and leave 33 where it's at, and a Tier 2. And when I get the opportunity, I'd like to speak to the Tier 2, Tier 1s. Maybe this isn't the point at the time, and I'll respect that. But for quality of hunt and for more opportunity, leave 34 and take out 32, because you're going to cut your duck numbers down drastically in that field, and you're going to take out the quality of the hunt.
Thank you. Commissioner Ripley.
And that being said, that's kind of what I was after, and I'd heard that back in there, that it's real shallow back there, and you can't get a boat to these positions. That's the reason I wanted to understand it a little more, why we are moving these when you can't get a boat to those blinds.
Sir, I guess about 2 weeks ago, I had a 18-foot boat with a 90-horse motor into this exact spot where we're wanting to move this blind. And we also know, as he speaks, some year we do have shallow water. The first year we had that problem on a lot of WMAs this year.
When did you have the boat there?
It was in, I guess it's first part of February.
was there more water in there than what there was during the hunting season, or, I mean,
It would have been more in there than it was during the early portion of the season, yes, which is a lot of times typical when we have a dry fall like we did this past fall.
I'm just going off what a gentleman in knowledge is telling me, and it seemed like it was very knowledgeable of the area, and if 132 didn't kill any ducks this year, and the other one, 134, did kill over 200 ducks, that was a good year, the way the season went.
And I do not disagree that 134 is a better spot than 132. I don't disagree with that. And like I said, the only reason for removing 134 was in the event that we could move 133 to the center of the field, and we are aware of the shallow water issues, and we have the equipment that we can prep that site. Yes, it will cost money, but all of this is going to cost money, and we're prepared to do the work to make each spot, especially the spots that are being moved, we're prepared to make those spots right. And that's the reason why we had to remove 134 at that point. There was no alternative of moving 134, and there was, as I mentioned, a 164-yard gap between the new 133 site and the old 134, and that was our justification for that. Not that 132 is better than 134, because I agree 134 is better, but our justification was due to yardage and proximity.
Okay. Commissioner Ripley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to Commissioner Kent Woods and his point here, and the gentleman who's spoken to us, I guess that's Mr. Greer, is that correct?
Yes.
You know, I feel like I've got to go where there is this kind of a factual, not necessarily dispute, but maybe conflict. I think I've got to go with the gentleman that manages the WMA. These people are charged with being there all the time and looking after it, and I see no reason why they would call for a change that wasn't in the best interest of hunting. I've not seen them make those kind of decisions that weren't well-meaning. So I guess I would be inclined to go with what our area manager has suggested.
And to back that up, Jim, I'm going to agree with you on that, because the gentleman just now said that they're going to do some earthwork in there that I didn't know about when I first started talking about this. If you are planning on doing some earthwork in there to make these where they can get boats through there and plant them and all that,
Yeah, and that goes for all of our
There's no, you don't have to withdraw any, there's not an amendment on the floor, so. Thank you.
That goes for all of our tier twos. I mean, we're
I
prepared to
never-
make the sites ideal.
No, I never made a motion, but I got more information what I was needed to hear from you, that you're gonna do some dirt work there to help this, and I'll let this, Curtis, if you wanna recognize that gentleman out.
All right. Is there any more discussion on the motion, the whole motion as amended? From the commission? We're on the main motion.
Okay.
Yes, as amended.
Okay. I have the floor, Mr. Chairman. Can I talk?
Yes, I can't hear if you're not in the mic.
Oh, I can change that. So, I appreciate all the work that the agency's done in responding to the public and the hunting community and that type of thing. And you know, and even this plan, but when I look at it and I look at what I mean, one of the things that I picked up on visiting some of these WMAs is those blinds are big, and it takes a lot of work to you know, to put the cover on them. And so my question is related more to, okay, we've got a plan sitting in front of us that we've got to take action on, and this is kind of a long question, but what's the business model that supports that? I mean, how do we maintain them? You know, how do we approach construction? What are the next steps, you know, leading up to the agency taking over the blinds? And then finally, what is the long-term financial impact? I mean, are we going to see a line item in our budget from now on for blind maintenance and blind construction? I'm just trying to get a feel for what it looks like after we vote on this proposal.
Thank you, Thank you, Commissioner Jones, and there is a lot there. I'll try to hit all of it. Certainly, if I miss some of the points, I'll be happy to come back to them. We're exploring a number of different options as far as how to put these Tier 2 structures in particular on the landscape. We're looking at contracting the construction. We've got a prototype that we're already in the works at being built and may be finished and able for folks to see very, very soon. So there is a per cost per blind that we have kind of arrived at as a number that's $27,000. We're also looking into the ability for us to contract the brushing of the blinds on an annual basis. That was news to me to learn that there are individuals and groups out there that have been providing this service both on private and on some cases, I understand, public lands, that they are brushing these blinds for a fee. So we're looking at those. We also have explored options, and we'll continue to explore options with part-time employees that we can use on a seasonal basis to help with some of these. But absolutely, there is going to be an increased cost associated with these specific WMAs that have Tier 2 blinds. Whether or not it shows up as a line item, I kind of doubt that it will, in the sense that we will probably bump the individual budget for each one of these WMAs. But we certainly are going to have specific direction from Deputy Director Maxidon's office on down that this is, if we're going to say we're going to do something, we're going to have to do it at the highest level. And all eyes will obviously be on these due to the controversy of some of these, due to the quality of the spots, but I think we're up to the task. And we're beginning those discussions now, and we are on the clock. The commission voting on this designation in March is beneficial to us because we can get out of the gate running quickly, and we can start to get contracts in place because we know that that duck season is going to start again this year, and it's coming whether we like it or not. So we've got to get on it. We've got to get in there when there's the conditions are right to construct the blinds, and I'm sure there are people here that have more details that can go into it, and we certainly I can certainly ask them to come up. But they've been working on the implementation side for some time now, and certainly when the vote happens today, the work won't be done. It'll be beginning in that respect.
So it didn't sound like a complete plan is put together for once we take action, that there's something that's sitting there going, okay, this is what we need to do. There's an RFP process. Is there an RFI process? Do we have to? I mean, it seems like there's a lot of questions between now and duck season.
Our goal is going to be to put contracts in place as soon as possible to handle the construction of the Tier 2 structures. Until this plan is voted on, we can't enter into a contract because we didn't know how many we were going to be building. And I think upon this vote, we have done some legwork, identified some potential contractors, some that work on state contract that we may be able to enter into more quickly than others. Certainly the RFP process can be lengthy, but I'd ask Jason Maxidon or perhaps others that have been involved in those direct conversations. Our plan is to contract this work and do it as quickly and efficiently as possible. The quote that we have now, that is an estimate, is about $27,000 per blind to build them, and then depending on if we can provide the brush, which we may look into partnerships with forestry divisions or our own forestry operations, could be between $700 to $1,500 a blind to have them brushed.
So let's say that we spend $30,000 a blind.
I think that would be a conservative.
Just a rough number.
Sure.
And we've got over 40 blinds there. That's 1.2 million. Is there any? Are we going to maybe be reimbursed any of those expenses, or is that something the agency's going to have to absorb? Or
we propose to spend that money from our Wetlands Acquisition Fund, as this is an enhancement to a property owned by the state of Tennessee under the jurisdiction of the agency. And that is money that we currently control, but it is a specific pot of money that's not necessarily eligible for all expenditures at the agency. We will not be spending license dollars under this proposal. The other fact remains that these improvements to the WMA will qualify for Pittman-Robertson reimbursement, so we can get back 75% of any money that we spend from the Wetlands Fund back into our operating budget, as this would be a qualified project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
Just, Chris, a couple of questions. Is there a mechanism for us to revert to Tier 1, any Tier 2 blind, if we see through the RFP proposal that those, or process, that that's delayed, as we've seen before, is there a way for us to, midsummer, before the Tier 1 draw, throw those back into Tier 1 so we lose no opportunity? All right.
The rule provides flexibility for this commission to adjust this blind designation at any point as they see fit. And you must do it at a minimum of every 2 years is the way the rule is constructed. So certainly that would be a potential option of bouncing those blinds between the tier systems. The draw dates would obviously be the deadlines to make adjustments, or actually really you'd have to back up to the application date because those applications have to be prepared with all of the available hunt choices. So we would be looking probably, I'm kind of looking at Susie, mid-June, we would have to know specifically what's going to be in the Tier 1 system so that we can prepare an application that would be drawn in the 1st of August.
And I guess if we didn't have time to get them back in Tier 1, then we could put them in Tier 3 or something. We won't want to, everyone in this room, it's really important to all of us that we don't lose opportunities. That's why I asked that question. The second question is do we have a mechanism in place that we can make micro adjustments like the 132 versus 134 situation in Camden? Throughout the spring and summer, we can engage stakeholders and make micro adjustments to this?
Yes, sir. Again, this rule was designed to be flexible, to be able to be nimble, to move quickly, to adjust to problems, adjust to public comments, and adjust to the will of the commission to set those designations. So absolutely would be possible to make micro adjustments. I'm not the man to talk to on that. Our WMA managers that know the ins and outs. I will say that if you move one of these dominoes, you can end up moving a lot of them. So the micro adjustments may become macro adjustments pretty quick.
Correct. Yeah, I just appreciate that flexibility. I know that, some of the feedback we got that area managers weren't consulted, and that's just nothing's further from the truth. Everybody's had some input, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Mullins.
Thank you. This whole process, I know one thing we know for sure is that the wildlife resources are important to every one of us, and that's been clearly stated in this process. And I want to thank the agency, everybody watching, listening. This has been a lot of work for everybody, and y'all done a phenomenal job. This is a lot. It's a big change, and it's very important to a lot of people, and especially West Tennessee. So I think I've gotten 1 million calls, but it's important. There's a lot of change, and I'm not saying that there's a change, that there's not a change needed. I'm just saying that we've got to get this right. We've got to get this right. And I just feel like we need more time or enough time to analyze and gather what information we need to do this right. So I want to make a motion to temporarily delay the vote on the proposal till we get all the information analysis correct.
Okay, do I hear a second on that amendment? Second from Commissioner Jones to delay the vote to win.
Is it working now? Okay, good. I'd like to second it until to get some dialogue discuss, just so we can discuss maybe what a timeline would look like, and during that timeline, if we could get additional information to help us make I guess come up with a more exact solution.
Okay, any other comment? Commissioner Ripley? Guys, I'm not gonna take public comment till we get done with the commission, so if y'all, and I'm gonna take a bathroom break before I get to that point. I'm just letting you know so you don't have to stand there. So anyway, as soon as we get done with this, we're fixing to take a break.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Ripley.
Chairman. This is quite a bit of change, but what I'm hearing the agency say, and I want to make sure I'm hearing it correctly, and that is that they can do this, and they can do this on time, and that they would not be proposing this now if they didn't think they could pull it off. And we're counting on the agency, if we vote this up, to perform. And we'll hold the agency accountable because we've got to. So if there are reservations, if there are questions in your mind, I'm talking to the agency generally now, if there are questions about this and you don't feel this can be done, then obviously you need to let us know now. But I haven't heard those questions, and I think what I hear is a level of confidence that is reassuring that we can accomplish this. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes, sir. Certainly, had the commission come in here and made an amendment to go from 42 Tier 2 blinds to 142 tier blinds, I would be telling you I don't have confidence. But we have been discussing this level of involvement on the blinds that we're going to build and maintain for 60 days or more at the very least. I have time and time again had conversations with our WMA managers, with our director's office. We have confidence that we can pull this plan as it currently sets before you off at a high level. We believe we can get the blinds built. We know that there are a minimum of 27 of these blinds that are going to have to be constructed this first year. There are also spots on the landscape that are included in these 42 now, Tier 2 blinds that we have that may be serviceable, that may be able to be continued for another season, and we can replace those blinds as they become dilapidated. We're not going to tear down a perfectly good blind just to build another one. That gives us a level of confidence. I will say that any significant amount of delay is going to give me less confidence because the clock is ticking. Contracts do take time to put in place, and we do have a hard end date when duck season starts that these things have to be ready. So from that perspective, I'm telling you we have confidence that we can do it based on what I'm currently seeing before you as the will of the commission. But every day that goes by that we don't have the clear direction of what to do, that confidence gets less and less.
Thank you. Commissioner McLaren.
One of the questions I've got pertaining to this, it seems to be that there's some unsettled with the hunting public. Still some people got some questions. And one of the questions I know is this is kind of new. How do we know the folks are going to come and use these new blinds, these Tier 2 blinds, like we hope and like we plan? You know, do we need to put this off a little and study it? Do we need to scale it back to say one Tier 2 blind per WMA to test it? I'm open to some options, but those are some questions I've got about this.
Thank you, Commissioner McLaren. Commissioner Sanders.
I think we've made tremendous concessions at the agency level. If you go back to the original proposal, which I've had quite a few emails that say, hey, go back to the original one. All right? They backed up. They said, this is what we can do. We're comfortable we can do it. The price that Chris quoted is pretty much what they've been saying for the past 60 days. This is about what it's going to be. And I think there's a lot of people out there. We heard the gentleman that spoke earlier about tradition and change. And I remember saying that I hear all the time, not all change is good, but all good comes from change. We have half the state that buys license that I represent, and I've said it before, I understand geography, I get it. But, you know, probably 98% of the emails I get from my district is, thank you for making this change. Let's give other people opportunity. We what, 8%, 6%, I don't know what the number, Hank said 6, I don't know what the actual number is. It's not like we're pulling the whole rug out from under the system. We're tweaking it. And I would like to see more, but I'm willing to work with something now to start that change going down a path to give the people the opportunity. So, you know, I would, due respect, I would love to see us move forward, and the agency says they can do it. If they don't do it, that's the whole purpose of the surveys, to find out what the use is and all this. Are we getting the use that we all think we're going to see? So.
Commissioner Wright.
The way I look at the numbers, well, let's go just 30,000-foot view. We've already approved the rule change, which means some blinds will be placed in other tiers. What we're talking about now is how many. Is that right?
The rule doesn't speak to any certain percentage or number of blinds having to be moved. You could put them all in tier 1, you could put them all in tier 2. You have that flexibility to determine how many are in each category. I will say that even if you go back to the original proposal, the agency was at 41 tier 2 blinds all the way back in February. We have not waffled, we have not changed. We evaluated very hard before the first proposal even came out how many of these types of structures we felt confident we could put on the landscape in time for the upcoming duck season. And I'm telling you, we're confident in that number. It's changed to 42 today. That doesn't give me any pause. If you would have gone to 75 or 100, I might be asking for a little more time.
Here's how I view it. 90% of the blinds are still going to be in tier 1. It's a really minor change.
Yes, sir.
And if we just put a few, or 1 per WMA or 2, we won't have a measurable database to look at what's the demand. And what I like about it is we're tipping our toe in it, and we're trying to give more opportunity to more people or more hunters. And, you know, in business, I always say, I love trying things that are reversible. I hate trying things that I cannot dig myself out of. So this is reversible. If we find no demand for tier 2 or 3, just quit, go back to tier 1, and I'm all for that. If we find tremendous demand, we can talk about that, but I think this is the right level of dipping our toe into it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. All right, all those we're voting on the amendment to put off the vote.
We've already done that.
Chairman Holbert, if I could ask for a clarification on the motion, just because I don't necessarily understand where we are. The motion is to delay. Is there a date certain at where the motion would be to delay to, or is this just a delay until the commission convenes again and takes action?
Clarification.
How much time do we need before is that on? Yeah. So we need clarification on who's going to brush the blinds in between maintenance, all that. When that's put in place, we can get that as far as we have to vote first and then get that clarified.
Well,
I mean, just
yes,
how that's going to work.
I don't want to misconstrue the response. I'm going to be try to be. I don't feel that we need to delay this vote for any reason that's going to affect our ability to accomplish this. We have some questions that are not completely answered at this moment in time, but when you all take action and vote to designate these blinds, it will trigger more surety that we can get the final answers. We can't really get final answers and final timelines and really develop the details of that implementation plan without the clear direction from the agency or from the commission for which direction we're going.
I appreciate that. It's a new system, and building 42 blinds just a short amount of time, and someone's going to brush them, and a lot of work on the officers and WMA managers. So I'm just concerned. I want to make sure we're doing this right, and we have all of our information that we need to make a good decision for the future.
Commissioner Box, I will tell you that personally, it's been the number one question that I've asked everybody, and those guys will tell you last night. It was the highest priority question that I've asked everybody that works on our WMAs, that everybody that works in the wildlife divisions. Can we do this? Can we do what we say we're going to do? And the universal response from all of them is yes. And I've received no information from any of them that I've talked to, and that's been numerous folks. I've received nothing that gives me causes me any belief that we can't do this. Obviously, there's unforeseen circumstances, there's acts of God, there's things that can happen, but if it goes as an ordinary year from now until the duck season, we believe we can get this done.
Chairman Holbert.
Well, I'm waiting on clarification on the motion. That way we know. Yeah. Just the timeline when we want it put off to on the motion, on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I know we're waiting on Commissioner Box to give that clarification. What could happen before our next meeting? I mean, could we have a schedule with milestones that, you know, we think that the RFP process is going to go like this, we think that the cost is going to be like this, we think the long-term financial implications are going to be this in the budget every year? I mean, is there more detail that you could give us to reassure the hunters and you know, the public that we're, you know, looking long term at this proposal? I like what you've done, and I don't want you to think that I'm not supporting the agency and what your recommendations are. I know that you've put a lot of thought into this, but I want, you know, like Commissioner Wright said, I want to make sure that if we start down this path, if we don't reach a certain milestone, I mean, I'm the type of guy that likes to see a schedule, that we're going to be doing this, and this, and we're going to complete this task at the end of it. But if for some reason we get tripped up because of supply chains or an RFP process that we weren't, you know, prepared for, we've seen those things happen, you know, in the last couple of years. What could you get us, say, in 2 weeks or 30 days? What could you get us in 2 weeks or 30 days to help reassure us and the people that we represent that everything is going to go as planned?
Certainly, I think this is a bit of a, I guess, I think the best approach, and this is just my opinion, if you all are comfortable with the plan and the designations and the number of Tier 2 blinds, give us the direction that that's where you're going to go, and at every meeting and at every milestone, tomorrow, the next day, the day after that, there will be more information that we can provide you with what that timeline looks like. We can start to write the contracts. We can start to go through those state processes that can be more difficult. We're exploring every option we possibly have right now and which one's going to be the most efficient. And while I don't have the details of that, having the direction from the commission on what plan we need to put on the ground to implement is going to provide me a better place to finalize those details. I think we can certainly continue to have those conversations, and we can bring you more information in a few weeks at the scheduled March meeting. But I think if the plan is voted on today, we can even give you more detailed information because we can actually start the process and begin to move forward. Certainly, we work at the direction of the commission, and whatever information you need, we'll be happy to provide it. We have the prototype blind. We have the estimate on what we believe the cost is going to be. I don't have the information on the specifics of the state process, but I can tell you as soon as you say go, that's going to be our first order of business.
Okay. Commissioner Box? On the clarification of the amendment.
Yes. It's a lot of work on everybody, and y'all included. I just want to make sure, and I will remove my motion withdraw my motion if y'all have confidence that you can feel good about proceeding.
I do feel confident, Commissioner Box.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jones, I'll have to have you to withdraw.
I'll withdraw my second, but I would like additional information as soon as we get it. And so let's say that we support this proposal as presented, and we get down the road 2 or 3 months, and we realize we need to tweak it. What's the process for tweaking it?
You put it on the agenda, this map comes back, you tell us what you want, we'll bring a recommendation, and the tiers change.
Okay.
Hold on, Commissioner Granberry, before you go. We're going to take a 10-minute break and give everybody, before I get any further, we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back. All right, we're back in session, and we're on the original motion that was amended on the tier designation, and if there are no more amendments, we'll hold. Chris, I'll call on you.
Chairman Holbert, thank you. As so often happens when you get a chance to step away and talk to people that know a lot more than you do, I just want to offer a couple clarifying points to Commissioner Jones's. We are a little further down the track than perhaps I represented, in that we have identified some potential vendors that are currently on state contract that may be able to provide these services for us that will significantly reduce any of those state process or RFP concerns or issues, and I believe that we can move very quickly in entering into getting into a contract with one of those vendors as soon as we know exactly what we're asking them for. So I just wanted to make that little point of clarification off of that additional information.
Okay, thank you. If no other commissioner has an amendment or question, I'm going to move to public comment. The hotel's got us on a drop dead time, but we're fixing to go past it a little bit. So, anything from the commission? All right, I'm going to open it up for public comment. We're going to keep it to 3 minutes. That's what we said at the front of the meeting. I know we went over it a little bit earlier. I let Matt and some others go over, but we're going to start on public comment. I got two first, and I'm going to have you third. But I've got right here first. He stood up here for a while. And if you will, we'll get these three, and then I'll pick somebody else. I want to start picking ahead of time. So, but anyway, Danette, if you'll keep the time, and I hope everybody respect that. If I have to cut you off, I hope you understand I'm not being rude. It's just that I think everybody believes that we need to get out of here, I want you to say what you want to say, and I want you to have that right to. But I'm not cutting you off in any regard. So, go ahead, sir. If y'all would state your name. If you want to say where you're from, that is fine too. If you don't, that's fine.
All right, Jeremy Poole, former Camden resident, pastor the church there, now I live in Goodlettsville. I wanted to speak to the commissioners on behalf of representing the hunters. Commissioner Ripley, you made the statement that you accept what area directors and everything is giving you that is profitable.
Let me correct that. What I meant to say was that where there's a dispute as to factual situations or a difference in opinion as to factual situations, I'm going to go with what the agency tells me the factual situation is, unless it becomes obvious that they don't know what they're talking about. That's what I meant to say. Okay, go ahead.
I respect that, and I hope I get that 10, 15 seconds back.
You get it back.
Okay. But the reality is, I don't take any credentials from anybody. I'm just a local hunter. I have kids that enjoy this as much as I do. We talk about tradition. My kids have made a tradition of going to the blind drawing, hanging out at the blind drawing. That's tradition to us. Hunting Camden Bottoms, that's a tradition to us. But for our director that we have, our director, as far as what I understand, is newly to his appointed job. He's newly to his suggestions that he's making. And what I think the hunters of Tennessee, and I believe I represent the hunters of Tennessee in this voice, what we would like is to have a better voice in the moments of these suggestions and these things that have been put in place. I know you give this forum, and I'm here today to voice my opinion for that, and I wish others were. And I believe they would if they knew they could make a difference. If they knew that we was represented as hunters from this forum right here and would hear us. And I think you have heard us on some things, but I think there's still other things, like the panning the ground. If we can pan the ground and make 133 moved up, why can't we pan the ground and make corn go to 133 and leave it there and leave 134? So some of those things are the things that concern me. Do I feel comfortable leaving this room that you do have the hunter as the agenda? The betterment of the places as the agenda. And I think that's what we all want. We all want to know that when we leave this room, you hear us, we hear you. We work together. And I don't believe that the hunters should take over, and I don't believe the agency should take over. That's why we're working together. So let's do it together. But if somebody's new to their position or somebody's this, where are they getting their information from? And I'm not downing or putting away his credentials. I believe he's got what he's got to help us and to do what he needs to do. But I'd like to see some hunter input of some local people that know the area, that know the things, and have some questions and answer time so we can voice our opinions in those areas.
Thank you, brother. And Tony, I want to say again, I think the surveys are a great opportunity to at least let those local folks have a voice and to express what they think's wrong, what they think's great, doing that. So,
Commissioner Holbert, thank you. I'm Glenn Mabin. I am from Carroll County. Not a good speaker, so I hope I can stay in line a little bit. Somebody said a while ago that you couldn't reply to all of the emails. The ones I've sent out, you have a commissioner that did reply to them. She replied to every phone call. I won't call her name, but she's wearing a red jacket. And I appreciate you for what you're doing. If I understand this right now, to the point, it's going to cost about $3,000 a blind to build a blind. 30,000. Yeah, let me get that right. I got my zeros wrong. $30,000 to build a blind.
Unless you're going to do the contract for 3.
If there's 42 of them, that's about $1.26 million that's going to be paying to build these blinds. You're spending money that the Tennessee waterfowl hunter himself is spending. The years that I have hunted, have been able to go down there, the hunters put their own hard-earned money in building these blinds and maintaining these blinds. So if I do go to hunt and a blind needs some repair, we spend our own money. If a blind needs to be built, we build the blind. And we don't spend $27,000 to build it either. So we do it, but that's money that I believe that you're spending that you shouldn't have to. Some of the blinds are way off course for a Tier 2 blind, and this is just my opinion, commissioners. If you get somebody that's drawn to come in for a 3-day hunt and they do not know these waters, and trust me, there's logs and everything. You can't use on X to get to these blinds. You got to know where you're going, and you're going to have a lot of boating accidents. Again, this is only my opinion to get into these. I think you're not hunting in knee-deep water. Some of this water is not wadable. You go be in a boat, and some of this is 8 to 10 foot deep water that they're going to be navigating, and I'm afraid that we're going to have a lot of accidents on that. This gentleman over here, I believe, I don't know your name, you said a while ago about the Tier 2 blinds. I thought he had a great idea. He said, why don't you, instead of having 40-something 2-tier blinds, why don't you have 1 or 2 2-tier blinds per unit to gather your information in so you can see how this is going to work? It seems like to me, and you know from speaking to you, I'm all against the biggest part of this plan. I'm an annual hunter. I had much rather be drawn or have a chance to me or one of my friends to be drawn and hunt for a year than have a chance to be drawn and hunt for 3 days. That just doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense, but that's only my opinion, and I know it's not everybody else's. So I would like to see, why don't you reduce those Tier 2 blinds? And you've already come back with a proposal to put a lot of them into annually, and I like that. But I wish that you would consider doing 1 or 2 so we could get some information.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My name's Bernie Chin of Northwest Tennessee. I want to say I appreciate everything the commissioners have done. I'm sure y'all have done lots of soul searching in this. I think you're going in the right direction. Of course, I disagree with the man that was just up here. I think the Tier 2 blinds are an extremely good thing for people. Everybody's not a 40, 60-day hunter. I used to when I was a kid, thought I did, but I realized right quick I didn't want to hunt that much. We're fortunate I hunt Reelfoot Lake some. Like I say, I live in Old Vine, familiar with Gooch, some friends there. The Tier 2 blinds for Reelfoot and Gooch are fairly decent blinds, the ones that people want for the 60 days. And I feel like people across the state and in our area will apply for those blinds for 2 or 3 days at a time. Now we hunt, luckily, my son and I get to hunt out of state several times each year. And we usually hunt for 2 days, sometime a 3 day. That works good for us. We've missed some days because of sickness. We've had to cancel a trip, like 2 or 3 days. We had to cancel one time for a death in the family. Some of these blinds might not get hunting for somebody from Nashville one day because he may intended to hunt, but something come up that week and he couldn't, and so forth. But I think it's a good thing, and I understand the guys that wants a 60-day blind. My personal opinion, we have a lease in Missouri. If you want a 60-day blind, lease you something, buy it from public. Duck hunting from private. Duck hunting on public ground is for duck hunters of all sorts, you know. And I personally would like to see more Tier 3 blinds where people could hunt out a boat. And the safety they talk about, I understand. I fish on Reelfoot Lake, but it's no different than Old Mine River bottom when the backwater's out with the trees and you're going in there in the middle of the night. You know, you still got to know where you're going, and I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
First time I've ever been to one of these meetings, and I'm Mike Suggs. I have 15 grandkids, and I bought them all sportsman's license when I was born, and I want them to have the opportunity to go out and hunt and enjoy the wildlife we have in Tennessee. I hunt everywhere. I've hunted all these places. I've built blinds everywhere, but it's so hard. We got so many people that are hunting now, more so than we ever have, you know, and that's a good thing. But the problem is that you might not get drawn for 20 years, you know, for a good blind. Have you ever tried to take some kids and blind hop? You can't hardly do that, but it would be nice to have a blind for 3 days or 4 days that was a good blind. I mean, I've took some of them, sometimes they not even get to see a duck, you know, at some of these places. So it's great to have an opportunity that you can take kids or somebody that's never been hunting and introduce them and have a decent hunt, because you get to have a decent hunt at a good blind. I would like to have more Tier 2 blinds. I would like to have more Tier 3 blinds. I'm sort of disappointed how many 1 blinds we're having, number 1 tier now, because y'all have changed it, and I don't think that's good for the hunters, because there's so many people that don't have the opportunity to go out here and enjoy duck hunting just because somebody wants to have something for a whole year. And I've had them for a whole year before. I have friends and built them and worked myself to death, but I'm getting a little bit older for that, and I hunt out of a boat. But when I go boat hunting, it's sort of dangerous, but sometimes I take some of the older grandkids, but, you know, you can hunt about 4 out of a boat with a blind, and that's about it, you know. So it would be, I just think y'all going the right direction. And hopefully that y'all plan to do something more and more every year. I know you can't implement it, costs money, all that kind of stuff, but I appreciate what you're doing. I'm excited about it, but I hope you plan to do more of it, where more people would have the opportunity to hunt that's never had that. And if you want to take kids and introduce them, they have more blinds that you can go to that are good, where you can at least see a duck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bob Campbell. I am an employee of the great state of Tennessee, so I've been here for a while. I've been a resident since 2004, but I killed my first duck in September of 2020. So as you can imagine, it kind of started a little fire in me, and I got bitten by the bug, and to my disappointment, when I started looking for blinds after that, I realized that, you know, the draws were all over, and to my great disappointment, I realized after that, if I wanted to draw a blind, it was probably going to be, I would be 126 years old before that ever happened. So I guess I've waited for, 3 hours in what feels like a super spreader event. Just to tell you that I think that you're headed in the right direction. I don't understand opposition to making public access to a public resource more widely available. To me, it makes sense. I've heard all of the reasons and read all the forums about why we might not want to do that. I appreciate the concern for my safety and everything else along the way. So, but, access for me is a big deal. My sons who have decided they want to take up the sport, it's, that's what it's going to be for them as well. So I support what you're trying to do. I appreciate it, and thank you for the process and the opportunity to participate.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Rick Alexander. I live here in Nashville, Tennessee, and there's not many ducks around Nashville area, but go to West Tennessee. In the last several years, I've had to go to Missouri in order to secure hunting places. Economy, dollars out of the economy from local is going somewhere else because of what we're not having the opportunity to hunt like we have. I think the Tier 2 blind is a great thing, gives more opportunity for more people to be able to hunt. The Tier 3 is as well. We took several of the Tier 3s away again. It looks like we did today. My idea, and obviously it's my own opinion, but I think it should stay like the original proposal said. We've gone back to almost the full amount of blinds that we originally had as a Tier 1 blind. I think if we had more Tier 2 and Tier 3 blinds, that it would create more opportunities for new hunters and people like myself to stay in town to do the hunting. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. This fella took off his coat before he got up, so I don't know what that means.
Well, you keep it like a meat locker in here, so it wasn't because I was going to do anything. My name's Chris Nishin, and I represent myself as a duck hunter. I'm also on the board of the Tennessee Wildlife Federation, and I know a lot of you all. And I'm not here to thump you on the back, but I do want to say this is hard. This is hard for hunters. It's especially hard for the agency personnel, and it's really hard for y'all because y'all are on the board, basically. People are going to hold you accountable. People are holding me accountable, and I'm holding the agency accountable. And I personally have hunted a lot of these WMAs, and I'm excited. I haven't drawn for a blind ever, but I'm going to start putting in on some of the WMAs because I want to hunt different areas. Now, I am a hunting and fishing guide. I'm not going to guide out of the blinds, but I even think there's opportunities for everybody that's drawn for one of these blinds to have a chance on whatever couple of days are designated. Hey, we're going to pile up some brush, and we would love some volunteer help. If you're going to come hunt this thing for a week, maybe one out of the group would be willing to jump in and start helping whoever brushes. I mean, that's what hunting's all about. I can see growing pains, but when I go up to East Tennessee and take somebody elk hunting, there's huge growing pains. They don't realize how steep those mountains are. If I decide to go to the river and start catfishing, boy, it's a steep learning curve, and that's all part of hunting and fishing. And I know that y'all are going to do your best, and you're going to make some mistakes, and that's why you're able to come back and try to change those mistakes. But I really appreciate what you all have done. I hope it keeps moving forward. I think it's going to provide great opportunity. I know that we're constantly looking at habitat. I'm always for better opportunity for the sportsmen, better habitat, and better quality of wildlife. And I was really impressed with where the money's coming from. I think that's really forward thinking. Hey, look, we've already decided where we can get this from. It's not going to be painful to the average Joe as far as, you know, hey, we're going to lose license dollars and everything like that. So I do want to say thank you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Curtis Cathy, Obion County. Something like this has happened before with this state where y'all took people's blinds. I know these are draw blinds, but you'll see where I'm going. Gooch Unit E, a.k.a. Crockett from all of us around home. People used to have private structured blinds there. They owned them. The state come in, they took their blinds away from them. They made it a first come, first serve. That was fine and dandy. Hunted down there when I was young, had really good hunts. Here, I don't know how many years ago y'all turned that into quota hunts as well. The 3 and 4 day, which there's no blinds or nothing, you know, it's still hunting out of a boat. I've been drawn to hunt down there. There's 10 spots. You can hunt 30 spots out there. More opportunity, looking to add more places where there's already spots like that. One suggestion, this is all my opinion, by the way. I don't know how many of them spots sit empty. They're not used. This year, I'm pretty sure that some folks from around our area, they got in trouble because they knew people weren't going out there hunting, so they just took it upon themselves, hey, I'm gonna go out there and hunt site 5, site 10. You want opportunity, but I think you're trying to create more opportunity, but I don't think it's gonna be utilized, is what I'm getting at. And my last thing, I hunt Reelfoot Lake. I'm against all of this, every bit of it. I think they should all stay tier 1. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's 5 this year. 2 years from now, it's probably gonna be 5 more. 2 more years, it's gonna be another 5. Once you get all the draw blinds, you're gonna go after the people that own blinds on Reelfoot. Once you get all them, all the hotels, all the guide services, all the economy around Reelfoot's gone. Just like at the state, I'm against it all. I think there should be in-person drawings as well, back to that, because I think that brings, I know a woman from Big Sandy spoke at the Parsons thing. She brought numbers, how much money that their town, their baseball team collected, their church charities, all that stuff, how much they collected. The amount of economic revenue that is took away from them in-person drawings is substantial for small areas like Sandburg, Tiptonville, Kenton where Gooch is held, Big Sandy, all those places. But I do appreciate all y'all and what y'all trying to do. Y'all are trying to make it right, most of you at least. I do commend you, Commissioner Botts, for trying to delay the decision, and Commissioner Jones for wanting more in-depth details about everything that's going to pay. And last thing, I promise, $30,000 to build a blind, that's a monster. Thank y'all for the time.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay. I tried to get you, man.
My name's Dirk. Actually, I'm a singer. I don't really duck hunt. No, I'm kidding. Listen, the agency does a great job. But if you've got employees and you don't like them and they're not doing well, what do? You get rid of them. But in this case, whatever they want to do, you got to go with, because they're doing the right thing and they do it every day. Y'all are doing the right thing. I don't think you went hardly far enough, but I'll live with it. As old as I am, I got to. I hope that the state of Tennessee, the young people, realize what you're doing for them. That man was talking about hunting at Reeves Bottom. First place I duck hunted, I was 8 years old, wading with a H.C. Higgins shotgun. I understand how important it is to have those spots, and I think y'all need to work on that. He's exactly right about that. It might even be that you should have a place that's designated only for them to do that, under management of an adult, of course. But I would have never stayed in this game had it not been for that little wading exercise. It was the first duck I killed was a wood duck, probably illegal, but that's another thing. Listen, your game wardens do a good job. They are really after the outlaw. They're not trying to persecute the children. They may make a mistake just because they're young people, but we need to just kind of spank them along and keep them in the game, because they are what we're all about. You really do a good job. I appreciate it. And my wife, by the way, is getting off the commission now, if y'all know that, but it's her birthday.
We'll make you introduce yourself again.
Yeah, that's all right. Matt Greer. I'm pastor in Benton County. I know that probably don't make a big difference, but I just I appreciate what you do. I'm sorry that you've experienced 10 levels of redneckery through all of this. I know you've taken a lot of cussings and stuff like that, and I apologize. People ought to have better sense than that and know that doesn't get us anywhere, and we need to have civil conversations with some type of intelligence. Raising our voices and yelling doesn't help anything. But appreciate Chris Richardson. He called me. He didn't have to do that. We had a great talk for about an hour and a half. Jason Maxedon, and then Brad Wheat called me. I appreciate Brad. And even though I didn't agree with everything they said, we had great conversations. I would like to say there's one thing that's not being talked about that I think is the basis for most of this, is the buying and selling of blinds. We probably wouldn't be having this conversation if it wasn't for that. And the reason I say that is one thing me and Mr. Richardson talked about was the top 12 blinds at Camden, Big Sandy, and Gin Creek were the ones that would bring $10,000 or more, the ones that have been put in the Tier 2 position. Now, if you understand what a lock does, a lock only keeps an honest man honest. For years, I've drawn at Camden since I was 16 years old. I never drew a blind. My granddaddy hunted the bottom when it was private. He farmed the bottoms that TVA took. My granddaddy died at 92. He never drew a blind. We never got mad at nobody. We never got upset at nobody. We went every year. Somebody took us hunting. We had a good time. We didn't feel like we had to change a system because it wasn't fair. It's just how it was. These locks, I didn't draw. I don't sell blinds. Nobody's allowed to hunt in my group that sells blinds. You're not allowed to buy blinds. I don't need my name on the front page of the paper because I'm trying to represent Jesus. I'm not trying to get in trouble. But what I'm saying is me and my son have went to this draw for many, many years, and you're taking the best blinds away from us. I think there has to be a concession, and I appreciate the first proposal to the second proposal. I appreciate that. And look, I know what change is. We had 40 people in our church singing old music, old hymns, old pews, all that stuff is dying on the vine. Changed a few things. We run 400. I get it. Nobody likes change. I got old people that hate me right now for changing. We ain't singing Amazing Grace of the piano. No, I get it, okay? I understand change. But if I've been honest, why do I get punished for those who haven't been? So I'm asking you, if you would take, so there's 12 good blinds. They can kill 1,000 ducks apiece. We should have the opportunity to have them for 60 days still. And if it's 6 of them, I'm not saying you don't have to give them all back. I'm willing to give if you're willing to give. But do 6 of them and then take 6 more blinds I could recommend you blinds every day that kill a decent amount of ducks that would have good hunts that are in holes by themselves. And we could work it out where you don't take the best blinds. For an honest man to be honest and still get everything taken from him, it's kind of like a kick in the gut. So if there's any way you could not take the 12 best blinds on the 3 WMAs we hunt, and we could add 6 mediocre. I'm just saying, I drew a mediocre blind this year. I was happy, killed 200 ducks, had a great time. If there's some kind of concession we could have where me and my son and my group who's been honest and done what we're supposed to do the whole time could still have the same opportunity that we've been wanting to have all our lives, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for what you do. God bless you. Hope to speak to you again.
Thanks, Matt. Anyone else? Bobby?
I'm Bobby Allison. I'm from Waverly, Tennessee. I live on Tucky Lake. I thank Mr. Kent for changing 106. That's a historical blind, if anybody already know that by now. And I've been drawed one time. I've been hunting the bottoms. I hunted Dover. I've hunted Springball. I've hunted Big Sandy, Gin Creek, and the blind drawing in person, I agree with Matt. I don't agree sitting on the couch and putting in for a drawing. I think if you want to hunt an area, you need to go and put it in for that area, not just sit on the couch on the computer and be able to apply. So that way, at least you're making an attempt. And 107 that you saw the video of, I emailed 2 TWRA employees the last Tuesday of October and told them this blind has not been touched. And before, when the blind hadn't been touched, after the 4th Monday was the rules we was always told at Big Sandy. If it's not touched, they'll be contacted. If they're not gonna do nothing, we'll give it to some other draws, because I stood in the rain down there one time. You had to be in person to draw for a backup blind. Well, this guy didn't hunt. You saw the damage. There was already damage in the blind before it ever started. So this is what you get with draw blinds on the computer. Nobody shows, and garbage everywhere. I went over to help Matt clean their blind out the other day, and we probably hauled off 2 sacks of garbage just because they wasn't there a couple of hunts. So that's what you get. So, and I appreciate everything you've done, and I can't see $30,000 in a blind that somebody's gonna spend. And you're gonna have 3 days to hunt. You got units that's not even open on Fridays. That was only, or so you got units that's only open on Saturdays and Sundays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. How you gonna do 3-day hunts there? So, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Chairman
Chris?
Holbert, if I
Yes,
could
you
clarify
reply.
that specific question, the days that the areas will be open will not change from the tiers. Well, the tier 2 blinds will be drawn twice a week, and it will be based on the traditional days that those places are open. You're exactly right, Mr. Allison. It won't necessarily always be a 3-day and always be a 4-day.
Any other comment from the public? I would like to thank each of you for the way you handled your comments. Couldn't ask for it to be any better, whether you were against it or for it, or either way around. Had the opportunity to meet many of you that are against it or for it. Hadn't met one of you that was not cordial. I think everybody's just, I think everybody, hey, we're duck hunters. We're not going to agree, and most of us are going to get mad over something. But anyway, but I just want you each to know that I appreciate it. I know the commission appreciates the open dialogue and the respect. Many of you drove a long way from Reelfoot area, and appreciate the opportunity. So, Chris, you got one more thing?
I do, Chairman, and just from the
discussion.
From the agency's perspective, I want to thank this commission. I've been fortunate to be in my job for a while, and I've worked with a lot of great commissioners. I've worked with a lot of significant issues, but I want to tell you from the agency how much I appreciate the level of detail, the level of dedication, the way you've gone about approaching this issue. Many of you traveled to these WMAs from East Tennessee to West Tennessee. You saw things firsthand. You read the comments. I can't tell you how many times you forwarded me emails that you had read and pointed out certain provisions that were in there. And it's not 1 or 2 commissioners. It's all of you. And I just want you to know how much that means to us on this side of the table working for the agency, to know that our unpaid commission, that's our governing body, is that dedicated to the stuff that we work on. So I want to thank you for that.
Thanks, Chris. One thing I did think of, and I learned this term from a fish head, we call him a fisheries guy in our agency, but he used I always thought for years politics would be a hard thing to be in. But I'm going to tell you something harder is biolitics. There's no comparison to politics. Biolitics is in a league of its own. When you try to do what's right for the hunters and the fishermen, the lakes and the streams, the wildlife management area, the public lands of this state, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you can't politically do it. And I mean that. We all took an oath to do, or we all said, every one of us, to do, we were going to do, I think I've heard all 13 of you say, we're going to do what we feel is best for the resource of this state. And I'm going to tell you that's hard to do and be politically correct every time. In fact, it's the hardest thing I think I've ever tried to do. And I don't think it's possible. But I hope that the ones that you had opportunity to meet commissioners today, to speak to them, that you realize, hey, they do actually care. They do actually hunt. But anyway, I just want you to know that. I appreciate each of you. But politics, by all means, is harder than politics ever thought about being. So I'm going to open it back up for discussion on the motion as amended for commissioners. If anybody's got any Anything to add? Commissioner Sanders?
You know, I want to say it, this has been a tough one. How'd you say that? By politics?
Biolitics.
Politics. You know, but I do want to commend the agency. They have worked diligently. I want to commend the commissioners. We don't all agree, and everybody is approaching this, whether you like what we end up doing or not, or how the vote goes. But I think everybody's approaching it with the right reason, and it's been a tremendous learning process. I'll never forget the one young man that, and I can't remember his name, and it doesn't matter. He is from up here in this area, and he told me from the get-go, I am absolutely opposed to what you're trying to do, but that was the most respectful 30-minute conversation I had, and he told me the whole time, at least 5 times, he disagreed with everything that we were trying to do. And I even told him, I said, I'm not sure we know what we're trying to do yet, because this was very early in the process, but he was so nice to talk to. And then there's been people that have been very unhappy. Matt, I had to chuckle at what you said. But, you know, through it all, again, no matter how it turns out, I think what has been done here, or tried to be done, and we'll find out in a few minutes, has been what an effort. I've never seen it more open, more public. I've never seen discussions taken seriously, and I don't know how many emails I sent you, but I mean, it just really is, it's been a tremendous process, and I thank everybody up here. I thank the agency, and is a heck of a way to end my term, to go through this and work through it with everybody that's in here. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Any other discussion or comment? Anybody from the public that has not commented yet? Would you like to comment? Okay. We're going to take a vote on the motion. I'm going to read it just so everybody got it. Okay, the motion as amended is to approve the agency's current WMA duck blind tier designation proposal. And it is as amended as we made the amendments today. Danette, would you call the roll, please?
Angie Box? No. Jim Ripley?
Yes.
Dennis Gardner?
Yes.
Jimmy Granberry?
Yes.
Steve Jones?
Yes.
Connie King?
Yes.
Tony Sanders?
Yes.
James Stroud? Kent Woods?
Yes.
Tommy Woods?
Yes.
Hank Wright?
Yes.
Brian McLaren?
Yes.
Kurt Holbert?
Yes. The ayes have it. Is there any other discussion or any other business?
Okay, since all the serious business is over, the new elected chairman, Chairman Ripley, may perhaps, well, wait, that's right, nominated, sorry. We haven't voted yet, so. Anyway, we were discussing how nice it was that the Marriott decorated the room with duck calls. Look at the chandeliers. Isn't that nice?
Oh, or they're Haydels, or Haydels.
So we just thought that we wanted to point that out to the crowd.
It is obvious, so. Any other comment before we dismiss? Again, I want to thank everyone that attended the way you conducted yourself. Commissioners, I'm going to thank you, agency personnel. I know a lot of time and effort was put in this, so thank you all for being here, and we are adjourned.